Hello, everybody. Look at us starting at the timer of the countdown going to 0. Oh my god. Next, they'll be saying we're a professional streamer. Hello, 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 guys. How are we doing? How are we feeling? Hope you are all doing well. So, I just need to do a couple things. I just wanted to reset my goals on screen because I feel like we didn't do that for a day or two, so let's just reset those. And hello, everyone. We are live here today with the ISSL. Let me, let's whack this logo on over here, shall we? The Into the TV SOOP Star League. And shout out to iNu who fought tooth and nail for us to be able to cast this. They came to an agreement we can cast this as long as we co-stream to SOOP. So we are live on SOOP as well. So hello everyone on SOOP, hello. And we are allowed to hence cast this on Twitch and YouTube and everywhere else on top of that. So yeah, I probably need to add a command in actually, although the rules for casting this SOOP link, GSL Patreon promotion. That's only on the YouTube guidelines. That is not included on the Twitch guidelines, I believe. So I think we're good. Hello, hello. I've got so many emotes, I forgot what I've got. I had all these emotes made, and I swear down, like, I got them made, and I used them for a while, but, like, they never really caught on, you know? And when no one else uses them, it doesn't make me want to use them, you know? So I'm just like, some of these are probably not being used in a long-ass time, quite frankly. I mean, then you have the WardiTV mode, and it just gets spammed everywhere in comparison. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like emotes are such, like, people, like, find, like, the couple of emotes they really like on a channel, and those are the ones that always get used. It's, yeah. It's a thing. I even still have freaking animated emotes from, like, Frost Giant from, like, literal, like, 3 years ago, probably. I should really probably remove those. Oh, yeah, crazy business. Anyways, hello, hello. You like the WardiD? Yeah, I think the Wardi drone's a great one. So I think that's actually my favorite emote outside of like the Wardi Ellie. The Wardi Hypers is very good too. I remember someone in the chat just made Wardi Hypers, and I had to ask the original artist if I could use it because it was just like, it's like the Wardi Hyper mode, but like animated, and obviously you're basically taking someone's like, yeah, the Wardi Hypers people use a lot, to be fair as well. A couple of, I mean the animated emotes are just good. The drone's very cute. It's just like I say, remembering to use them. People don't emote much. I mean, to be fair, like our chat's usually very quiet anyway, right? So like, people just don't emote a lot anyway, because they don't even talk that much. Yeah, it's kind of a funny one when you think about it. We used to use the G a lot, when the single G got dropped, but nowadays, no one even really cares. Yeah. And if you really want to flex, you can type the Wardi GGG. The golden GG for like, I think it's a tier 2 or tier 3 locked. It's I can't remember which one's locked behind. There's also Wardi Gold. I think that might be tier 3. Only very few people can pop these. Only very few people can use those. Alright, I'm gonna presume we're gonna go Shameless versus Solar, because that looks like a pretty good first round matchup. There's also Rex Percival. Although I think they actually already started. No, they didn't start. We could go Rex Percival or Shameless Solar. I think Shameless Solar is much better. I'm also scared that Rex Percival gives us like a 7-hour matchup. Maybe. So it's tier 3. Tier 3 for both of them? Damn, tier 3 be scamming. What do you get at tier 2? You get something. Oh, you get the Wardy Hot too. Classic. TVZ all the way. I mean, call it now if you want it, guys. This is your chance to call it if you want it. If you want TVZ over PVZ, let me know. I'm just thinking what the next round would be for these guys as well. I don't know if Shameless Solo plays Rogue. Rex Percival plays Classic more than likely, but would be a while. You want PVT? Oh. If you want TVP, I don't have any of that. Well, there might be a TVP matchup happening, but I'm not really checking. Not really checking. TVZ, you guys want Percival Rex? 2 people have called for TVZ, not a single person called for PVZ, so we can go. God damn it, they hosted and went in game now when I wasn't looking. Now I was looking at the bracket and they went in game. It's a good thing I give you guys all the options, isn't it? It's like, hey guys, what would you like if I don't screw up getting into the game? Yeah, my bad. We'll have to go for the Solar matchup instead. Although Solar just went into a ladder game. Did Solar just claim a free win? What are we doing? What's going on? I've got no idea what's going on. Solo's now in a ladder game. God darn it. You guys were right calling the TVZ. Like I said, I wasn't watching. I wasn't paying attention properly. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Alright, guys. We are hopefully going to get resuming soon some ISSL action. The Into the TV SOOP StarCraft 2 League. Obviously, iNu is Korean caster for a lot of events, and he's been the reason we've had content the last few days. The iNu battles yesterday and Tuesday were his event, and this is him teaming up with SOOP to run a weekly tournament series that will then lead into a monthly finals. Now, we're not allowed to cast the monthly finals because the monthly finals is SOOP only. I've been thinking about how to approach this. I don't know whether to cast it live just on SOOP, which seems terrible. But if I cast it live on SOOP, I could then just put a live. I could then afterwards just put the Twitch and the YouTube live and let the recording play. I don't know whether to do that or to just. I don't even know if I'm allowed the replays, to be fair. Maybe I would like to maybe just collect the replays and to just cast them, but I don't even know if we're going to get the replays, you know? I don't know which of those. I mean, like they may not let us cast replays on Twitch if we do it. So you know what I mean? I don't know what the deal is for the monthly finals, but that's next month, so we're not really worried about that just yet, but we'll try and figure out what the plan may be. Like I say, I don't really know. I think you cast it live, then rebroadcast it. Yeah, I think that might be the better option, personally. And I would broadcast it on Twitch. It's like on this channel. Just, yeah, I'll have to double check what's allowed. I think casting it live is a bit better if we're allowed to, and obviously it might be our only option. I'll have to check if I'm allowed to then put it on Twitch afterwards, though. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of live, like what if we just have like 20 minutes of downtime on a rebroadcast? And maybe from nearby I could just skip through it. It's like, oh, I know this part's boring, guys. The only problem with that is, the only problem with rebroadcasting it afterwards on Twitch is that my Twitch ads run automatically. So I would not have control over the Twitch ads and their timings, which would not be ideal. So yeah, I don't know. We'll figure something out, guys. We will figure something out. How's everyone doing anyway? Like I say, sorry, a little bit of a slow start. Wait, have Rex and Percival come out of game and gone into another one? Gosh darn it. Why am I so bad at the start of the day? And I mean, I guess I wasn't expecting them to go now. I always pick the matchup that gets me in the most trouble in terms of just starting. Can't I just for once pick a matchup? It's like, okay, Wardy, here's an invite. Bam, StarCraft. Yeah, I'm not asking for a lot, you know. Hey, we could maybe jump into SHIN Mono game 2. The winner of this would play herO, and herO is going to be a favorite, so like that might be something we can jump into. So maybe we can jump into SHIN Mono for a little bit of action here. Yeah, let's do it. Let's jump in. Ah, never mind. The ducklings on this one. I did not realize the ducklings were casting that one, guys. All right, we will go elsewhere. I don't want to jump in on a series someone else is doing. All good. I thought the ducklings were doing... Well, I literally opened the duckling stream and apparently didn't bother to stop and think about what they were actually casting. It's rude of me, isn't it? Rogue is going to play NGD. I don't really want to jump into that, if I'm honest. Yeah, I don't know. We're just waiting a bit, guys. We'll just wait and see what comes about. I'll jump into a lobby if I see one that seems good. Sorry, chaotic start. Chaotic start. I like to start it off chaotically. It's always fun. Okay, let's take some time. I don't know if I have to refresh this page manually as well. Oh, I do. Okay. Okay. I think we just in a bit of waiting mode right now, guys. You should listen to me deciding who to cast for 3 hours. That is some top quality content. Yeah. That is some top quality content. If you ask me. Did my 24/7 stream just freeze? Just gonna check the 24/7 stream 1 second, guys. BRB. .24/7 stream was just having a moment and I'm actually watching it on the side, so I was actually there to fix it. It's been really good. It's not broken for like a week now. Touch wood. Touch wood. Yeah, guys, sorry. If you just joined us, we are trying to figure out what to actually cast. I presume Shameless just isn't here because Sola's laddering. So I'm kind of just waiting for another match to finish so we can maybe, possibly, just find a match, to be honest. So, yeah. Not sure just yet, guys. Apologies for the slow start. Alrighty. Yeah, I mean, listen to me decide what to do for 3 hours is... I mean, a lot of people say they're just here for me, so... You know. Maybe we're gonna test that theory today. We're gonna test that theory. Who's Q playing? Silver BV. I think at this point we're better off just waiting for like another game to finish up and just get into the next round or so. 50% boost in subs, yeah. That's how we get the viewer numbers up, guys. Let's have a really good start to the stream. Just really solid content for the next 20 minutes. Yay. I'm just, like I say, I'm just very good at picking matches at the start. That's all. That's my bad. I should have just, I don't know, rolled the dice, I guess. Should have just rolled it. I should have rolled the dice differently, is the reality. Ba-boom, ba-da-boom. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. So yeah, I guess we can bring the bracket up on screen and have a little peek together at least, and because I think everyone's just in game right now, so I don't think we're gonna miss anything. So this is what our bracket looks like. Can we zoom out like this? Cool. So top of the bracket is Beyond, very likely to come into the round of 8 against very likely Cure. And then Hormono versus Shin is happening. That's on the Cranky Ducklings. The winner of that very likely plays herO. Then Classic is currently playing. The winner of that plays Rex or Percival, which I actually think is very kind of cool, but then still not. I'm not convinced about watching Classic right now. And then Rogue is very likely going to play solo because it seems like Shameless is not here. So, I mean, I'll go for the ZVZ if the ZVZ is ready. I actually don't care about the ZVZ right now. I just want us to get into a game. But that's what the bracket is like. That's what it seems to be. So, we'll just wait for some players to be advanced, and we're probably going to end up catching a round of 8 matchup, guys. So yeah, apologies for, like I say, a slow start. Apologies for a slow start. Just a little unfortunate with the way it's going right now. But yeah, we'll get into some games soon, I promise. At some point there will have to be StarCraft, you know? At some point there has to be some StarCraft. Cool, cool. I love how Solar is still just not in a game or even trying to get in a game. I feel like I just presume Shimmer's just not here. But he's not being processed as a walkover on the bracket either, which is kind of weird. If only we had StarCraft 3. Well, yeah, we could cast some StarCraft 3 between the StarCraft 2 games. If only. If only. What's up, Infestor X? Hello, hello. We're just chilling, guys. Just trying to find a game. Again, apologies. It's on me a little bit. I picked a match, and then I missed the other match. Would have been good if we had gone to Percival Rex, but that was just unlucky. Just unlucky. Happens, happens, happens. We'll run through some round of 8 action as soon as we get it. Hopefully fairly soon. It's been at Home Story as a fun event? Hell yeah. Home Story always is a fun event. It's always just cool, it's chill. Next one's gonna be crazy though. Heckin' wild. If you guys actually are interested in the next Home Story Cup, there's the Home Story Cup 30 Discord. There's even a WardiTV community in the Home Story Cup Discord, so you guys can go over there and be like, whoa, hi, I'm so excited to meet everyone else from this community, or something. I don't know what everyone else is writing in their communities. But, yeah, you can jump onto the Wardy community and be like, whoa, hi, and make me look more popular than I currently do. If you intend to go to Home Story Cup. Yeah, we are just gonna wait a little bit, guys. Boom, boom, boom. Rex just relogged, so maybe he's out of game of Percival, which doesn't do anything for us because Classic is still playing. So, but the tournament's progressing, guys. The tournament's progressing. Percival 2-0. So at the very least, if Classic finishes, we can go Percival versus Classic. Cure versus Beyond. If Beyond finishes his match, we will just go for whatever game comes up. I don't care about mirror matchups right now. Downtime should equal Ellie Cam. Ellie's out. She's out and about today. She's not at home. Her and Helen have gone off on a journey to see Helen's parents, so she's having a day of not even being able to be on cam. Crazy, I know. Crazy. No Ellie, yeah. It's wild. I ate my lunch and I was eating my lunch and I turned around with a piece of bread and I was like, she's not there. I was like, ah. I It's like, there's a bug in the Matrix. Ah. Yeah, she's out today. Honestly, not like she's very good at showing up on camera anyway. She only shows up when I have food. And she refuses to actually sit. If she sits like a step further forward, she would be on camera, but she sits a step further back so she can just about see the top of her head. Oh, yeah. The bread disposal machine took a break. Well, it just means I only had to make myself one sandwich instead of two, you know? I actually got to eat it myself. It's great. Boom, boom, boom. So we should at least have a game soon, because some people are waiting in the round of 8, so we just need another player to finish, and we should be kind of fine. We got 50k subs. Yes, we did get 50k subs on the YouTube. Should remove that off the dashboard now. I don't think we need to keep pushing that anymore. Hang on, where do I do that again? I could do that while we're waiting, I guess. Overlays. Out of game edit. Just hide it, I guess. Wait. It's not even on here. Where is it then? Oh, it's YouTube out of game. Oh. Oh, I have to go to my YouTube stream elements, because that's not confusing at all. How do I do this? Tools, overlays, out of game YouTube, edit. And we can... Well, we could either hide it, or we could just go straight to the 100,000, guys. What do you think? 100,000. Yeah? Thoughts? Looks a bit too far away, doesn't it? It looks a bit too far away. Maybe we'll just hide it. 69k seems nice. The problem is, guys, the YouTube, so like even on the build up to 50k, which sped it up a little bit, it took forever. So, like, it took us, I was just talking about this yesterday, but it took us 3.5 years to get from 40k to 50k. So, I don't really want a goal on my screen for the next 3.5 years while we get to, like, 60k or something, you know? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't really, it just doesn't really make any sense to have that on the screen, I don't think. 55555, yeah. I think I'm just done pushing YouTube subs. I was going to tell people to subscribe and stuff, but I think having a goal is just, at this point, it just feels so far-reaching, you know? It just feels so difficult to actually attain. It's rough. We do have Rogue Solar coming up, and I will just join this lobby if nothing else is ready by then. We could also wait a teeny bit longer, maybe, and get herO versus SHIN. Do you guys have... The question is, do you guys want to listen to me yap on about nothing for another extra 5 to 10 minutes while herO finishes his series? herO. It's worth the wait. Okay, we'll wait for herO SHIN then. Oh, it's been a day, hasn't it? So yeah, we'll wait for herO then, guys. I'm down. At this point, we're already committed to the downtime. Even if we get 100k, I wouldn't read the comments here. Bro, I read the comments on YouTube all day, every day. It's just half the time half the time two YouTube commenters start talking to each other, and then they just start yapping on the whole time. And they just talk about something I can't even follow. Makes it tough. It's gonna be bad if herO actually loses his match and doesn't actually play SHIN, isn't it? That'd be awkward. Secret spice rub for barbecue, bro. We don't spice rub anything in the UK. In the UK, you just cook plain food on an open fire instead of in a house. You don't like Twitch, you can't pause there? What? Well, that's on you for not being a WardiTV sub. Because you can rewind if you're a sub. I know, it's locked behind being a sub, it's stupid, but such as things. Yeah, I didn't realize that the name of this terminal is going to make people !SSL. It's just called ISSL. Maybe I should just write it differently in the title because I feel like everyone is trying to !SSL. iNu/SOOP SE2 League. There we go. I swear if I had something useful in the title, no one would type it. But because I I swear down. Twitch cannot rewind? Yeah, Twitch can rewind. You just have to be subbed to the channel. Or have Twitch Turbo. For example, if I go to the Cranky Ducklings right now, I can be like, what happened in the series that they were just casting? And just rewind it. To the point where they're actually in-game. They were in-game at some point. There you go. Whoa, SHIN was beating Mono. Cool, good to know. Back to live. Bam. See? Twitch can rewind. You just need to pay. You just need to pay up a little bit, you know? You are a sub? Then you should be able to rewind. I don't know what to tell you. That's crazy if you can't. Getting scammed, mate. But I mean, I don't disagree also. Like, YouTube is a very good platform. YouTube is really good on... wait, do you have to have Turbo? I don't think you have to have Turbo. I think you can just be a sub and you just get it. But if you have Turbo, you get it on every channel. As long as they only... So it has to be enabled by the streamer because they have to save their VODs. So if the streamer doesn't save their VODs, or also if if their VODs are subscriber locked and you only have the Turbo, then it doesn't work. Because I guess it works by accessing the VOD or something. Also, I don't know. But it doesn't work on some channels because of the streamer. And the streamer's settings, basically. But it should, in theory, work. Have we really just sat here and talked for 40 minutes? God, this is a great stream, isn't it? Yeah. You have to pay more. Yeah, well. I can't change how Twitch works. I mean, yeah. If Twitch was so bad, then everybody would actually just watch on YouTube. But a lot of people still watch on Twitch, so... Twitch can't be that bad, can it? This is the content you're here for? Same. I also like the days when I don't have to cast the game and I can just sit here and talk. Doesn't make me as much money, but it's like what? You guys are telling me that we can sit here and people won't just subscribe for me yapping on? What? How do these IRL streamers do this? Crazy. Man, I hit the IRL streamer algorithm on Twitter or something lately. I'm seeing so much first of all, I feel like every day I see some controversial thing happen and it's always on a kick stream. And I just don't get it. Like they just sit around and talk, but like them sitting around and talking is not interesting, obviously. So instead of sitting around and talking, they then dress up or something. I'm just like, and the chat's just like, ha 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 ha, they put a wig on. It's like, wow. That is content. Actually crazy. Actually crazy. I just don't get it. I just do not get it. I think there's some very interesting IRL streams, but like the state of some of these clips I'm seeing, it's just like these clips have like 5,000 views. It's like, I put blue body paint on. It's like, what? So what? the chat is like, ha ha ha. Like, I just don't get it. That's insane. He does have start here. SHIN and herO and iNu are yapping away. But we will have a game here soon, guys. We will have a game here soon. Love the accent. You find your voice calming. Nice. That is a good thing. Appreciate it. I don't know if my voice is really calming, but I'm glad you find it calming. I don't have my, I have that thing where I listen back to you know what it is? I'm actually really good at listening back to myself nowadays. Like, it doesn't really bother me. Unless I listen back to too far ago. Like, when I first started the 24/7 stream and we had 2018 VOD, some of the 2018 stuff was like, oh, a little bit cringe. That's why I didn't go earlier than 2018, because it was even worse. I was just like, I just can't, you know? But the funniest thing is that we got the video back, or we got like the videos back from our wedding, and I had to listen back to well, I didn't have to, but me and Helm were watching it, so I listened back to my wedding speech. Oh my god. Oh my god, like this was like the most cringe thing. Like, I legitimately wanted to hide my face but underneath the pillow and not hear myself. You know, like I did not want to deal with it. It was bad. Just so weird, no? Like, so strange. When do matches start? Super soon. Sorry, we've had some issues getting into games, but we're gonna have SHIN versus herO here in a few moments. So SHIN versus herO here in a few moments. We're literally about to host the game up, guys. So a couple of less than a minute we'll be in game. But yeah, the listening to my wedding speech, I was just like, oh my god, like, because I think the problem is that I can hear that I'm not comfortable doing the speech, you know? Like, I can hear that I'm not, like, talking as I normally talk, and in my head I'm just like, no. You know? I can just hear that it's not right, you know? So just, yeah. That's certainly a thing. Those people hate the sound of their voice. Yeah, but like I say, I got used to listening to myself over the years of casting, right? So it became a lot better over time. But this was the first time in a long time where, like, listening to my recent self was actually like, oh no, I just can't do that, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Man, my 24/7 stream is lagging. I'm sure it'll fix itself. I actually think it needs a PC restart, so I'll be doing that before we raid it today. Countdown is on. Let's do yap on with each other. Oh, I see. They've decided to play reverse race. Oh, I see. Oh, interesting. They're gonna reverse race each other. That's a new one. All right. SHIN and herO are good friends. SHIN is saying, I'm going to prove to you that Protoss can beat Zerg. And herO is saying, Zerg is unbeatable. So that is the conversation that these two are having early get this started up. Just get this slideshow thing in position. Oh god damn it! I hate freaking OBS nowadays. Clicking things to get it to like why? I'm clicking on the thing. Let me move the thing I'm clicking on, bro. Ay ay ay. Okay, we made it. All right. SHIN playing Protoss. herO playing Zerg, as we have a real test of if Protoss can beat Zerg or not. A real test. Proby's coming around. Just going to be seeing the pylon and company coming about as well. Trying to see what else is going on. Let's have our gateway and our probe continue to produce on through. So again, seeing a little bit of that coming around right here. And now we're lagging. Oh, lovely. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? We just waited like an hour to get into a game and then I lag out in the first minute? Oh. Bruh. Oh, everyone disconnected. That's a new one. That's a new one I've never heard before. Oh yeah, thank you so much for the donation. Let me find out how to look at that. Let me close this, open that. Thank you so much. Anonymous on the £8 donation. Thank you so much for the generosity of £8. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for donating. Appreciate the support. You hate streaming from SOOP and this is why? Why? Because StarCraft 2 crashes? Question mark? Because I don't think this has anything to do with SOOP, no? Oh my god, we got a new Patreon member today as well. Hell yeah. Welcome if you are watching and you just joined us on the Patreon. Thank you for supporting patreon.com/WardiTV and the StarCraft tournaments. Alright, we're gonna host again, guys. We're just gonna go for a complete regame. In the top left-hand side, we're going to start things off with the blue Protoss player. This is going to be SHIN. And he takes on the red Zerg in the bottom right corner of the map. It is going to be herO. He's going to play Zerg. As we finally get into some StarCraft 2 today. Alright, hatch going through with some drones. I'm just going to step away for 1 second, guys. I'm just going to turn my 24/7 stream off because it's just hard lagging, so I'm just going to turn it off and fix it later. BRB. Alrighty. Legitimate question, why is herO playing Zerg? Because, I mean, why is SHIN playing Protoss? They're both just playing against one another. With the idea of, I guess they were just chatting and they challenge each other to reverse race because hero's probably like, well, I can't beat Zerg, and SHIN's like, well, I bet I can show you how to beat Zerg. These two are good friends. These two are good friends. It's a preview of that RSL match. Yeah, I think they're just having some fun. Do they play RSL tomorrow? If so, maybe that's part of the reason why as well. They're just like, you know what? Yeah, SHIN's like, I'll let you save all the strategies because I know you're going to need them. I know you're going to need them. Couple lings, just gonna chase around a probe. And we're not gonna get that kill as SHIN will open with the Stargate. Eject in the walk gate on the way from him. And as you do see herO just getting the ling speed coming up the next few moments. So Pro's gonna nibble, those lings take damage. The Stalker and the Adept will be there to fight against the lings a little longer. Voidray will continue up, we take a few more moments. Okay, up and running at the moment. Voidray's going to finish, just going to be seeing the wall gate going through, add a couple queens on into the mix, those Zerglings coming across the map as well, so again we bring a lot of that up, got a lot of this on the go. Get this going for a few moments here. See what will happen next. Okay, coming around, just gonna see the lair and a couple of Zerglings coming up as well. So again, we bring that through. Voidray's gonna attach onto a few Zerglings just for some good measure as well. Doing decently at the moment. Voidray gonna come back over and actually gonna hit this Overlord, so find a little bit more damage here. Stargate, Nexus, a couple of those probes coming about. Gonna see another extractor coming down. Voidray is still getting shot at. Queen's pushing it back the other direction already. Voidray activates, just gonna see that Overlord already beginning to drop, so again taking some damage. Going down right now. Just getting cleaned up for a couple moments here. Seeming fairly respectable. I'm just going to see those queens. We'll continue to get back up together as well. So again, see what else we can do over the next little bit. Continue to start listening to play. The few adepts will gather. And again, we take a few moments to see what our next plan will be. See those lings running in, a couple of these adepts already getting caught. You move around a little, just gonna see those Void Rays activating. Void's going to stay active, just going to hit this hatchery for a few moments. So again, seeing a little bit of success here for the moment. And Void Ray, everything else, continue coming around. We take a couple of seconds. Just going to be seeing the Ling's going to step over once again. Again, Void and the air weapons coming up. The fleet beacon coming through. Additional probes coming about. The Voids are going to settle for a little bit more work once again here. Just at the moment. Voids will stay active. So yeah, a couple of Voids, a couple of cannons both coming up. Just going to see that mothership and the air weapon upgrade coming online as well. Continue to bring that through for the moment. See the Void Ray is actually going to activate. So this is SHIN putting on the Void Ray pressure. Again, not really too surprising to see him being the Void Ray man, because that's just what is good in the matchup at the moment. Void's mothership, Skydogs. I'm glad SHIN is just like, yeah, I appreciate the only way to beat Zerg is to do this. Good to know that we're, real is recognizing real over here, basically, is the TLDR. Good to know. Yeah. Gonna have the couple of units gather up. The Hydra is actually gonna hit onto the Void Rays for a couple seconds there as well. So just seeing a bit more success. Void's activating again, extracting, taking some damage. The Hydra and the Lings will be there to put a little more into play. A lot of Hydra showing up, the Infestors as well, and I've got herO just surging forward. Put some damage in, gonna drop a Time Warp into position as well here. Again, the Void's activating, Hydras and the Infestors coming back around, just gonna take a bit more damage. The Void's gonna have to pull back and hold back there for a couple of moments. As again, the Hydras, the +2 missile upgrade, both coming up into place. So you can see the mothership and the Voids and the Tempest continue to gather together. I honestly feel like this is too many Hydras. Let's see if the mothership can show up. herO presses through, the couple of Infestors are nearby. We're going to drop the Fungal. We are going to engage into this, so herO going to take the engagement. The Lings do not really know what to do. Lots of cannons in the battery up and running at the moment as well. Just will keep on moving. Just going to see the charge, the +1, a couple Tempests all coming up. And Tempest and the mothership still gathering. The Void going to be hanging around. +2 missiles, the Hydras and the Infestors, all of that building. Just going to have ourselves the army of SHIN continue to produce through as well, with, again, another round of Voids coming up. Now he's got the Tempest count up and high. Like SHIN's done the difficult part of this, which is getting to kind of a core Airtos army and surviving through. We'll see if he can survive from this point on. We see herO is adding on the spellcasters, the Infestors and Vipers alike, to help out here. Tempest's going to move along. The Adrenal Glands coming up alongside the melee upgrade. Gonna hit this hatchery, put a bit of work on. Ling's gonna keep on moving themselves, see what they can do in the next couple of moments. I think the Viper's going to get some energy up, and obviously it's going to be time for herO to kind of strike soon, I'd imagine, with those spellcasters ready to roll. So let's see what we get. The Void's going to hit the field of Zerglings. The Salt's going to be there. And our +2 air weapons finishing shortly, and the +2 attack upgrade also coming into play right now. So bringing all of that up and about. I'm just moving through. Like I say, SHIN is getting close to maxing out, so herO definitely needs those spellcasters, and he does in fact have them. See how the fight goes. The fight's going to tell us a lot of how this game looks. No storm, not really a way to deal with a lot of the Hydras, really. But we'll see if maybe we can make that work. Anyway, still. Boys just gonna get straight through here, deny the gold base, so here we're not gonna be allowed that at all. It's gonna be shut down right from the bat. Void's Tempest, the Archon stepping through, the couple Zealots coming forward to try and do their thing as well. There's again a few more cleanups again. Storm, the +2 attack upgrade, continue to build into place. You can see that Spire coming online as well. Double Ultra Cavern is not exactly ideal. Does herO have detection? It's got 3 overseers, which is not a lot, to be fair. It is probably fairly concerning, to be honest. You can see these Voids activating through and putting some damage straight out into the Hydras. It's going to keep putting down. I mean, these Hydras are just melting right now. You obviously need extra to really help you here long term. It's not it right now for herO, I feel like. SHIN is kind of dominating this. Protoss late game looking good. However, with the Ultras coming out is a very different army composition that we're going to start working with, right? So it's worth noting too. The Tempest and the Void still coming about. That Mothership is still going to be there. Continuing along for the moment as we just have a couple of those Zealots swinging their way through this hatchery. And Fastest coming by. A couple Ultras still gathered up as well. A lot of Protoss stepping forward from SHIN here. The Archons looking to get through. Just going to see a storm coming down. A couple of feedbacks coming in. Massive parasitic bombs. So that's going to be SHIN is fungled as well. So that's going to be a lot of damage on this air army. That's the dreamy scenario you're looking for usually. See if it's going to work out. As you see the Tempest firing again, just going to see the Overseers pushed over to the sides. Big fight that is seeing a lot of reproduction come through, but especially on the Zerg side towards the tail end of this Protoss army has not died. We might have had some really good engagements in initially, but just don't think it's, well, you can see it's just not been enough in the end. We actually kind of needed more, which is a little bit crazy. Let's see, the Ultras still coming through, the couple of Zealots coming back around. Just resetting for a few moments as the air weapons attack upgrade all coming into place. Tempest just going to be shooting. This hatch on the top side going down, on the right side, sorry, going down. But we're going to have herO at least going to keep the pressure up, going the other way once again, and continuing to apply pressure here. Tempest continue to do their thing. SHIN supply, I think, is still looking very good. But can these Tempest continue to deal with this? I mean, he only has to deal with the anti-air units. Once he's dealt with the anti-air units, the ground forces get cleaned up after. SHIN is running from the Corruptors, kind of running into Zerg territory. He has, by the way, got himself Void Rays in the main base that are cleaning up everything, including the Spire, to stop future Corruptors being made. More High Templar, a couple more Immortals, all coming up here. Just going to see those Queens working their way through the batteries for a handful of moments as well. There's a lot of Zealots from SHIN. There's a lot of Zealots from SHIN at the moment. Infestors, 10 more Zerglings, a couple of hatcheries, all of that continuing to come over here. So you're seeing the Zealots actually going to have to recall out of there. SHIN's supply is low, herO's army is big. Is it enough? I mean, to be fair, SHIN's air army is now completely gone. So he's only got ground forces left, which obviously feels pretty, respectable. So let's charge in. That right side hatchery going to be going down in a couple of moments. So it's still being chased back by the Zerglings, looking to try and get a wrap around. herO trying to push up toward that top side. SHIN pushing down with these couple of Archons. Why am I calling herO SHIN? Yeah, because it's confusing. When I'm just yapping on about little things. Sometimes it's confusing. Sorry if I made the mistake. Here's Hydra's going to come back around. I don't think I made it for 5 minutes straight, though. I think maybe I said herO Zealot, sure, but... I'm just going to see our storm coming down. Hydra's trying to push through. The couple of gates dropping Cybercore as well. herO actually having a good push into this natural. SHIN on the right side going to hit that hatchery. Has denied this hatch a few times, but herO having the gold base feels obviously very good for him. He's going to be into the natural, into the main. The units in the top right are defended at the moment. And he's just going to go big, get after those couple of pylons, play a bit of cleanup. I mean, obviously just losing the production really hurts you for SHIN long term. Now we're going to see units swing on the right side. There finally is a response over to the main, and you're immediately punished for that response. These Hydras continue to clean out the Stargates, going down sure. Even these Hydras are doing okay as they kite back against these Zealots. And herO is, well, he's got a lot of minerals. He's not like rich on gas, so it's not exactly going to be ideal to rebuild Hydras per se. 21 minutes now here on at Eternity's Edge. The mothership is coming up. The couple of mortals and pylons continue to produce through. Drones mining that gold base. A bunch of the Zerglings coming up. herO looking for an attack in around that left side. That is being a mistake. He needs something though. Like pure Lings ain't gonna do it for you, realistically. Mortals and High Templars come across. That's a lot of Immortals. We have Broodlords though, and now SHIN doesn't really have a... Yeah, he sees the Broodlords, he's like, yeah, I'm right, I'm dead. I accept my defeat, and he gets out of that. GG's, and we are going to have ourselves a game number 1 going the way of herO. Turns out Zerg is good. Doesn't do himself any favors on the argument. You know, 2 going to be on Rainfall. I have no idea if they're going to play off-brace a second time, guys, just yet, so we'll find out. Softwares, I will tell you guys as soon as we know. Nope, looks like they're main racing now. Alright, main race is coming up. herO, Protoss, SHIN, just to make sure that now I definitely don't call them the right names. As, yeah. Man, it'd be great if Zerg won all 3 games in a best of 3, and it was a 2-1. You know, it's just something about that doesn't quite add up, you know? Something about that just doesn't quite add up. On the right-hand side, down the map is going to be SHIN taking on the top left red Protoss player herO. They are playing their correct races this time around. Confusion is over. We can all rejoice in knowing that we're back on track. Thank goodness. I was concerned we were gonna. Well, I don't know. I actually think off racing right now is kind of interesting because when you're on a fresh patch, seeing the other, seeing players of a certain race kind of have their take on what the other race is like is kind of interesting, I think, actually. So. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. Are we moving about? Gating the assimilator coming up. Take a couple of moments to get this all underway. Mention a couple of drones coming around. I see the Cybercorn company all coming up. Nothing really wild on hero's side. No proxies or anything, which maybe could have been one of our totem points initially. Having to probe the drones and gathering about. Those drones coming straight over. That's going to be the Stargate. No surprise there. Obviously, we'll see if it is going to be more Stargates. I do think the Void Ray setups have been the absolute best case scenario for just Protoss in general lately in PvZ. Skytoss has been the style that has seen at least some amount of success at the end of the day, so I imagine we maybe see a bit of that. Healing is going to chase over. Probe is going to get nibbled on. Let's put some work in for a couple of seconds. And Deb steps back through in this direction for a moment or so. It's just going to pull back over here. Still battle coming up. Stalker's just going to get after the Overlord for a few moments, so just going to work through that. So Overlord is going to go down. I think we'll catch for a few moments. Just going to be seeing this moving around as we have the couple queens looking to play the defense over the next few moments. Oracles gather about. Again, adapts the Oracle. The Nexus coming through. We just have ourselves a choice soon here from herO as to what he actually wants to do. Losing an Oracle isn't fun. It is kind of choice time in terms of what we're about to start doing, I would imagine, in these next few seconds. So, figure that out. Having the Bane nasty melee upgrade coming through, so you see where SHIN's going to go with this. Still, herO just adepts, oracles, and okay, there's a fleet beacon, so we do get a bit of a better idea of where we're going to go now. Just going to show up, just going to hit this hatchery for a couple of moments. The Lings and the melee upgrade all coming by. I'm just going to be able to cancel this fourth base, but there's a massive Lings that are going to hit herO's third, and I can't imagine he's got any units there. He's got oracles. Well, I guess oracles are okay. He's got 4 oracles up. He's building yet another one. Now going into a Forge to follow. So remember, he built the fleet beacon. I imagine he's just going to go Mothership and start building cannons. Twilight Gate, Mothership, and the +1 coming through. So he's going to get there, going to hit this Stalker. Steps do gather together. I'm just going to see the oracles coming through for a few moments. Oracles is going to activate, just go straight after this hatchery. It is about to drop. That's going to be a kill. The queen's still there. Push the oracles away. He's just going to gather. He's going to be trying to push them away into this natural. I mean, herO actually putting himself in a supply lead with the Mothership popping out, having denied that bottom side base. I think this is looking alright for herO. Supply good. Army looking decent. Mothership going to make this a lot better. He is going to go mostly on the ground as he goes into the Blink upgrade, though. But I don't honestly really hate that, to be honest. So, still seems kind of fine. Things, the Queens, the Banes gather up. +1 missiles, Groove Spines, Hydras, all on the way. Again, yeah, I've got that +1 on the Blink coming up from herO as well. As you see, the Adept's going to show up. The Oracle's going to activate onto a bunch of those lanes. The Bane's going to try and waddle forward and see what they can meet. Adept's just going to shade, so just going to get out of there. And just, again, be annoying elsewhere. Utilizing these Adepts, they don't have upgrades, right? So these Adepts are not exactly great long-term. But throwing themselves between bases is a pretty nice way to make something of the Adepts at the very least, compared to just nothing at all. His Blink Stalker starts really bad versus Zerg. So, I think the issue is that the biggest problem is just that it is very, very hard to deal with the amount of what Zerg can have, and also, because of the warp gate changes and the price, like applying the pressure like you used to is a lot more difficult than before. And that makes it very difficult as well, because you've got to pay the tax, so some of your first pushes aren't as strong. So it just doesn't feel good, because the Zerg can get away with so much, while you have to pay more to do the same into what is already more Zerg. So it just does not really go well, I would say. I think is a pretty fair statement. Stalkers, mothership, all gathering together here for a moment or two. It's joined up. And you see a big fight. Good force fields, good stasis war, definitely going to help quite a substantial margin at the initial stages here. Now just going to be having those other units pulling back a couple of seconds, seeing what we can get done. Stalkers all gathered together here for the moment. So let's see if a few Stalkers going to shoot back. Lings and Hydras both taking hits off of that. The rest of this coming back in once again. So that's what's coming down. Again, those few Stalkers get caught. Just going to see the Zard charge and the +2 coming up. Spire is building the +2 melee and the Carapace upgrades coming online also. Again, Stalkers gather the few Lings, take a few more shots of damage. Couple of Zard shots coming around there. The Zerglings still taking some hits as they get on by. Supplies staying pretty maxed out on either side at the moment here. So it's going to swing at those Zerglings. We do have the 8 probes that have gone down. The Stalker's going to come bleeding across, going to hit this hatchery as well. Maybe we'll do pretty well there. Well, we do now drop the fungal growth down as SHIN starts to push this back. How are we looking in terms of dealing with this ground army? Okay, now weapons coming up, +3 attack is coming through. All of those changelings will continue to run across. A couple of these professors gather. Storm +3 attack building. We have herO who's still maxed out, still 4 bases. Has been applying pressure to the Zerg, stopping SHIN from really being super cozy across the 5-base setup. Keeping him on a kind of a lower tech army still. It's only Hydras and Infestors and Lings, right? We've not seen anything extra come up, although the Ultra Cavalry is working on the Chitinous plating to kind of take us there. Again, Storm will finish on that Temple Archives in a moment. The few Hydras and the Spine Crawler gonna be nearby. Okay for the moment. Still got +3 melee, Chitinous plating, Adrenal Glands, the extra Ultras. All continue to build on through. Professor's going to come back around to the left. Just going to get another hatch up at the moment. I just will be nearby. Another Ultra coming up. Now that those Robo facilities finished. Again, both those Ultras on the way. Going to give us that little bit of extra power on the ground here as SHIN. herO is now establishing himself at 5th base. I mean, I like where herO is at in terms of the eco. Just has to figure out fighting this army. And He's not in a bad place. Tempest count good. Has storms to help against these Hydras. The Infestor's lurking. Will be dangerous for him, though. Has to be very careful not to let the fungal growths do too much across the course of this. Extra Banes will already be morphing in, but they're not ready yet if herO actually just want to try and create a fight. He is going to send all the Stalkers to the bottom left, though. Going to try and find something over there for a few moments for some success. The Stalkers come in. This hatchery is going to go down. Again, Mothership comes over. Just going to see everything else coming through. The Hydras going to jump onto these Stalkers for a couple of moments and actually do okay for themselves. And again, for a moment or so, seeing a little bit of success on that one. Just going to knock a Spine Crawler down. Festus is still coming about. Just going to be seeing these other bits and pieces continuing by as well. All of this continues back into place. Just having ourselves this pushing with these Hydras. herO's army is falling, but I mean, if you can just survive with the Tempest, then there's almost definitely feels like there should be something of a cleanup to come after that all of the time. Let's have those Tempests will come back through once more here, and just having ourselves these Hydras do get cleaned up, do get pushed away, shut down for now. Just gonna have our Overseers continuing back along. Gonna see where else we can go for the next few moments. Put the free cannons into place, get that in position, get ourselves back on track. Ultras, Infestors, +2 missiles, +3 Carapace, all of that coming in. The Ling Bane is producing. Just gonna have a few Zealots still settled here. hero's supply is down and he's not able to regenerate quickly. And that might just be where SHIN finds the better trade on this long term. Ling Bane Ultra comes straight across to try and see what will happen next. Lane's going to take some nibbles already, so a few shots coming through. Just going to see the Storms coming down, the rest of this coming about, and we are going to be having the Tempest. Going to try and fire up some shots in return again. Trying to push this back the other way. Storm comes down once more. The Corruptor's taking a few more hits. Continue to come straight about. Just going to be seeing the few Zealots are going to continue on their way as well. These Zealots still putting the work in. The Stalker's gathering up. Just for the moment, still pushing on forwards here. We just have ourselves this Nexus coming back in. There's a lot of drones, there's a lot of probes. Everyone losing a lot of stuff. I mean, herO still holds, what, a 30 supply deficit, but can he maybe possibly just do enough to give himself a chance? And that alone would be not so bad. Be reasonable if we could make it work. Nexus into the upper right-hand corner, just going to get in position there once again. The few Ling's going to come running through. Resources lost, but even. About 2k difference. Shouldn't be too surprising. herO's actually mined a good amount, though. I guess he was a little bit slow to get some of his bases up initially, but it's not really been, like, bad for him in that regard, honestly. I think it's been pretty respectable for the most part. Mothership, a couple of Immortals still continue to come by. Just going to have ourselves the Immortals, obviously going to be seen as a very useful factor against these Ultras. Hero is still alive. I mean, it's difficult for Shin to attack in. 10 Ultras can headbutt, but if all they do is headbutt and they trade in effectively, that can be very bad for you too, because you're also not super rich. You've got a good economy, but it's not like you've got a massive bank. Now, if you go headbutt in a minute from now when you've got some money banked up, I like that a lot more. I've got a pull on horse. Just see the Archons, the High Templar's going to fight. A couple of Mortals there to hit those Lings as well. Morphing a bunch of Banelings again. The Neural Parasite is on the way, so we are getting to a better tech position here realistically as well. We'll just have our, again, Lings, the Banes, the Neural Parasite coming through. There's extra Banes morphing in a second. The Ultras are going to show up. Just going to chomp their way through a couple of these pylons through this Nexus for a little bit more work as well. This Nexus is going to be dead in a few moments' time. And the Neural Parasite, the Overlord's coming up. The Banes crash in for some of the cannons and the batteries here. Over for a moment or two. I'm joining this up again. Everything else still gathering together right now. So we settle. I'm just going to get these Ultras coming back along. The Drop Lords are coming over as well. We do crash in with a couple units over on this side. Just do what we can. Again, the Brood Lords are still coming up. The Nexus and the Immortals continue to build into place at this current point. herO trying to hang on in here. He is up a game in this series. Keep that in mind. It's going to be a big positive for him. Let's see a couple of shots coming through. Just going to be having the Mothership, the Archons and company continue to come by as well here for the moment. Straight over, and we are going to engage into this position. Sending this right now. Just the Ultras just stomping around the puddle made me giggle. I don't know, man. Just felt like they were having fun, you know? Just felt like they were having fun. For a few moments at least. Nice to see. Nice to see. Alright, so that continues back into place. Seeing these Lings unloaded in the main, just going to go after the Nexus, go after a Stargate. We are going to be seeing herO defending against this. herO is mined out of a couple of his bases. Obviously, Shin's mined out of a bunch as well. But he does have access to fresh bases, as does herO here, if it stays alive. But staying alive. Oh! He gets the Overseer and the Cloaking Hens will save it. We're good. Okay, nice save from herO. It's kind of an expensive one from Shin. Loses a bunch of units very quickly. A little bit of an expensive one for Shin. Shin's army is 13 Broods, but the 13 Broods need to be backed up against these Tempests, right? That is kind of the issue, is that the Broods actually do not maybe look super good here necessarily. Couple of Mortals still just building on into place. Being added up. And brought online. For the moment. Shots still coming through, just having the Archons and company coming around as well. Trying to see what else we got going on here. And again, the Tempests, the Immortals, the Archons continue to gather about. Stalkers still on the way over as well for the moment. Again, they're settled in momentarily. We've seen the Ultra is going to get a wrap around these Tempests in the Mothership. Going to have to pull it back. Brood Lords nearby, continue to gather. This supply just did not hold up. Man, this was kind of a wild one, but SHIN is going to get it, and he's going to be able to take us through 2. At least one more game. Take us to a game 3, which is actually kind of exciting, considering we saw the off race into the main races, and Zerg is looking unbeaten. This is kind of a wild game, though. I think herO did a great job of getting himself to a position where he was able to get it set up at the very least. Because I do think that's not necessarily easily done in the first place, in fairness. So I think we did a good job of that. The problem just being that in the end he still couldn't fight this army, which is a little unfortunate, I suppose. A little unfortunate at the end of the day. .55 supply from herO. He refuses to accept defeat on this one. We're 26 minutes deep, but this is just going to have to be a GG and a getting out of there, because this one is seemingly pretty done. GG's. SHIN is going to take it down. He is going to take us to a game 3 of this matchup. We'll get that ready to go in a couple of moments. Counting down into Sanctuary for a 3rd map of this PvZ then. Getting this ready to go in a couple moments' time. Alright, countdown should be on momentarily. Get into this. Cool. And the ads on the YouTube as well. herO 1, SHIN 1, but Zerg 2, Protoss 0. Yeah, I know. That's what I said was going to be kind of funny of this as well. If it actually went this way, which it kind of has. Well, we'll see if it goes. Zerg 3-0 would be kind of funny. Do I think we had better pounds last patch? Yes, it's not even a question. It's not even... This patch is not even close to being balanced in any sort of... way, honestly. I think it's very off at the moment. I think it's very off. I also think the current meta... Again, this is already complaining. Who could have guessed? Ha ha ha. The meta of the current meta of this patch is bad as well. Don't get me wrong, I like long games. Someone's going to be like, well, Wardy just doesn't like casting long games, he's so lazy. I like long games, but right now we're seeing a stupidly high percentage of long games because the best option in a lot of matchups for certain races is to turtle. And so you see a lot of long games that are just set up that way because playing through a mid game or playing to win in the mid game just isn't viable. It's just not viable, so... There's allegedly a massive patch coming after BlizzCon. Yeah, well, I wouldn't hold out any hopes, though. I would not hold out any hopes. There's some drama built into all of that as well. Ay. Don't they want to fix this before BlizzCon? I mean, real talk, does it really matter for BlizzCon? BlizzCon is going to be a show match between Idra and MC. It's honestly, like, Zerg being so broken might give Idra half a chance to win, because MC's actually played the game more recently and pretty... I mean, okay, I don't know how good Idra is, but MC we know is actually still very good, because we saw him at DWC thing a couple years ago, and he plays Brood War fairly often and so on. Like, so what, you know, honestly? It's also the RSL finals, I mean... Sure. It's not like it's some big world championship, though. Like, it's a $500 match, man. Like, like, I'm not being funny, but like, yeah, there's no hate, but like, there's less prize money difference for winning the RSL than there is for winning WardiTV Summer Championship. between first and second. I'm pretty sure. Maybe that's not fully true. It's pretty close. Like, it's hard to... Like, if I was expecting someone to balance the patch around my tournament, I'd think they're crazy. So, yeah. And again, this is not to hate. This is just to be straight up and factual. Because someone's going to think I'm hating. It's going to be the Wings of Liberty edition of SC2. What? That'd actually be miserable. Huh. Things is going to chase. The probe is going to get hunted. A couple of gates and still coming along. Sentry on the way. So we are going to have a gate-heavy opening from herO rather than a Stargate. So a bit of a different vibe here for Sanctuary. The balance being off must be bad for the eSport integrity. Yeah, but Blizzard have no stake in StarCraft 2 eSports. So, I hate to say it, but you guys are thinking of this in a way higher level than anyone actually cares about. Like, there is one guy patching StarCraft and coming up with ideas, from what I understand. And he probably has he's probably been told to leave the game alone before BlizzCon because of the Blizzard Cup and stuff. The people running the Blizzard Cup, I don't imagine, have much of an idea of what's going on within StarCraft 2 right now. They probably have no clue that the game is completely busted. I think you're actually giving Blizzard a bit too much credit. And that sucks to say, I actually think that's the case. So yeah, I hate to be so negative lately, guys. But yeah, it's only 500 for the difference of the RSL finals. I'm pretty sure it's like 500. Let me check. RSL first place is. They don't even have it in. Oh, there we go. USD. $700. Sorry, $703. First place 2,110. Second place 1,407. So it's a $700 money match at BlizzCon. It's not. Don't get me wrong, $700 ain't nothing. But you know, like, you win a few. You know, you have a good week in the weekly cups, and it's, you know, you pretty much win that as well. So yeah. Why aren't they battling the current pros in BlizzCon? Because that wasn't the idea that they had. You thought RSL was more than that? I mean, RSL is like a, what, 7K tourney? No, $7,000. $7,000 when you pay out all 16 players does not go very far. I mean, $2,000 for first is already like nearly a third of the prize pool. Robo Bay, building from herO after he opened with this gateway heavy setup. Sentries and Immortal, now into the Robo Bay to follow up. We'll try and take a third with this. I mean, Shin's on his way to a lair, so nothing aggressive is coming just for now. What is this build from herO? Yeah, I think he's, I mean, the idea is you get a bunch of force fields to play defense and take your third with, and then you're going to go Colossus. And hope that you can just Colossus laser beam down anything that comes to kill you, right? With force fields to kind of help you out. This is going to be nice. Sling Ravager looking for the flank round, by the way. Going to come in from the bottom. Force field this! And there's Corrosive Valves coming down onto the army. Doesn't even need to break down the force fields. herO just gets jumped on. And herO shall die. Bam. Bam bam boozle. That one might be about done, guys. As you can see, Corrosive Valve stepping up. Pylon will go down. Colossus is going to be getting shot at as well. I mean, Here we'll try and defend on the thing is, defend on the natural is not exactly great, as we're going to slowly break in. Killing this pylon would be really good because it's powering the robo. Obviously, Disruptor would have helped you defend a little bit. You're just going to surge units as SHIN. It makes complete sense to do it like this right now. (18, 19 probes going down). herO says GG. And SHIN will find himself into the semifinals? Into the semifinals. Alright, we've not looked at this bracket in a hot second. Let's have a look and see what this looks like. So it is going to be Bjorn against either... Okay, so it's going to be Bjorn versus SHIN in the top semi. The bottom semi is Percival against Solar. So Percival 2-1 against Classic. Classic got a map. Solar 2-1 against Rogue. So Percival Solar, I imagine, is up next. And then we... So I imagine we go Percival Solar, then SHIN versus Bjorn, because usually you do whichever matchup is ready first. So yeah, I presume that is going to be our plan as we look to get this hosted in a couple seconds. The lobby's already up. We'll join it, and we'll get ready to go into Percival Solar. It's going to be double TVZ in the semifinals, guys. Double TVZ. Let me run the ads. Get ready to go. This was a thing. Wardy negative shocked face. I mean, yeah, I'm negative. I'm negative. That's all I am. I'm negative. I'm just a negative streamer. I actually hate StarCraft as well. If you can't tell, I really dislike the fact that this game exists. That's why I'm so negative all the time. Hashtag caught. You got me, guys. You figured me out. I just hate it because you know why I hate it the most? It's because I have to keep putting money into the tournament. It's like, I finally make loads of money and bam, I have to run another $5,000 tournament. God damn it. You know how rich I'd be if I didn't have to spend all the money on these tournaments? Crazy. It would be crazy. Crazy, I tell you. All right, players are joining us here, and we're getting ready to go. Boom, 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 boom. Has the game started? Yes, we just casted like an hour-long best of 3. We've just casted like an hour-long best of 3. Alright guys, just waiting for some stuff here to get figured out. Without SCT, my life will fall apart. I mean, it's my job. Don't get me wrong, like, you know, they kind of need StarCraft, otherwise I'll have to get a new job, but like, people who say I'm, people really think I hate StarCraft, and like, I hate what I do. It's like, you can be honest about what you do and still love what you do, no? Like, it's not my fault, like, it's not my fault, it's not my fault that when you're honest about things, it comes out negatively lately. You know? I can't help that. Like, that's just how it is. That's how I say it, you know? Like, I say it as it is. Like, I've always been very transparent in StarCraft, and the transparent situation right now is the game is not in a good state compared to what it was before. As negative as that may sound, it's just like, being negative and being realistic is, you know, two things. Being negative would be like, and this is it, guys, the game is never going to be good again. I can't see any way we recover from this. Or something, like, I don't know. Negative would be like, that's it, I'm done, bye! Can't believe it's so GG. That's just... For real? Right outside, our blue Zerg is going to be Stall as we enter the semi-finals. And the bottom left, our red Terran is going to be Percival. Let's get up and ready to party. Percival's on fire. He's been playing great lately. He's grabbing a hold of this Terran patch a little bit, and he's running with it, man. Credit to him. Alright, we head into game number 1 of this best of 3 semi-final, guys. Again, SHIN Bjorn will be the other semi-final we got coming up today. So a couple of TVZs coming on through and get this ready to rumble. Let's see what we get. Let's see what happens. Let's just have ourselves the hatch and a couple of drones continue to come about. Rax SCV, hatch in the pool. All these little bits and pieces coming up at the moment. Reaper on its way, orbital coming through, hatch gas pool all producing for a couple of seconds. And like I say, just taking a bit of time to get this started. Reaper is going to be done very shortly as well. Those 2 queens still coming about. Zergling's still on the way. We have the factory coming up from Percival. Command Center, the Marine, continuing to produce through for a moment. Lings and the Queens continue up. Just gonna have this Reaper heading toward the main base in a few moments' time. Reaper gonna start to deal some damage. A couple Lings are gonna step over as well. Just gonna get after that Reaper for a few moments. Looking to deal with that. Reaper fights back. Again, the Lings will go back and forth again. That link speed is on its way up, so bringing that through already. Bjorn going to build off the factory. Are we going to see any Hellions? He actually hasn't reacted. Sorry, not Bjorn, Percival. We have seen a lot less Hellions lately in general in this matchup. It has really been something that's been very underutilized. I was thinking about Bjorn has not built Hellions in a while, and I said Bjorn obviously is Percival, but Percival has also been doing a lot of the Marine-based openers. But maybe he's been a little bit more akin to actually still playing the Hellions than Bjorn has been, which was, like I say, on my mind a little. You see the couple Lings still gathering up. The starport is finishing Command Center Hellions. The rest of this continue through. That link speed is coming online as well for the moment. Nothing just going to be there. I'm just going to hit that Zergling, push that back the other way. And again, Cloaking, Banshee, Hellion, all coming through. The Marine is producing up as well here. Continue to bring that online for now with the extra drones coming into place. And there's a couple of Queens on the way out as well. Hellion's going to clean up the Zerglings, going to drop a depot down at the front to wall off a little bit. Banshee and Cloak continuing through. A couple Marines going to hit that Overlord. Still got the Queens and the Carapace coming online. 2 more barracks coming up from Percival. Again, Banshee, Cloak, and Stim continue to produce here. Things come back around. That going about, that Carapace going through, Stimpak Engineering Base, a few barracks on the way up. Continue to bring that into play at the moment. And seeing what our next step of this will be. Let's do Banshees. It's going to make their way along. Do have the Hellions already putting some damage out onto this hatch, so coming in with this for a few moments. Hellions gonna get in, a couple of those drones go down. Just gonna be seeing the Lynx actually gonna come back along again after those Hellions for a few moments. So again, trying to see what we can do here. Gonna gather the medevac's loading up, just gonna be pulling over to the side. The Marine's gonna be boosting up towards the top. It's gonna be seeing the Bane's melee plus 2 Carapace going through as well. He's gonna get in. A couple of those Crypt Teamers going down. Just gonna see the Ling Bane wanting to make a bit of a move through here. Looking to jump onto this. The Marines just getting back into the medevacs. One upgrade's about to be done here from Percival. Just gonna have our Marines pulling back again. Loading up, pulling away. Tanks will siege. Ling Bane gonna be there. Bane's just gonna crash. We are gonna see the tanks getting rid of a lot of the Bane. Solar is not successfully breaking through this position. He'll get rid of the tanks, but enough Marines survive that he can press on a little bit further. We have a few Banes left. Are they the only Banes? We're not morphing any right now. Oh, Solar's in trouble. Only having 3 Banes currently is not good. He's going to scan. Okay, he does have a good amount of Hydras here. Percival needs to target the Banelings. If he can target the Banes, he has a very good chance of doing a lot more damage. One Baneling gets through, connects well. Marines coming over, just going to be seeing a couple more Crypt Teamers going down. Wings, missiles, melee upgrades still coming through. Got ourselves the Musical Organs coming up as well. Get rid of that base, getting that position cleaned out, and we are going to be seeing the continuation here for a couple moments. Just going to be seeing Percival keeping the pressure up, and behind this, you bet he's going to be getting some extra CCs, and so settled as well. Libs, Marine, Marauder, all coming through. 2-2 in the vehicle weapons coming up as well. Marine's going to be there. Tanks are firing. putting some of this damage out. Just going to be seeing these Marines just keep running through. If we don't have the Banes, these Marines are just going to go non-stop, and I just don't think there's enough Hydras lurking down on the way. That would save Solo in a big way, but it's just not ready in time. The drones pull in, and Percival, again, has been very good in this matchup lately, and today's going to be another of those days where he looks very good. Playing cleanup at the moment. Now, Solo does get in with a few final units and does get in to shut this down. He lost a lot, but if he can maybe just survive to lurkers, maybe there's going to be some way. Hydra's Bane Queen just going to continue again. Viper on the way up, plus 2 melee and company coming through. Solar has survived. I actually thought he was dead. I thought those Marines were not going to get pushed back. Percival is taking a 5th command center behind this. Liberator to the top side, going to start to get after a few of these drones. Marines step up, couple creep teamers going down already. The Hydras will continue to gather up. The Ling Bane will be right there. Plus 3 attack. These tanks and the Marines all gathering up. SCVs will sell. Seismic Spines is already producing through as well. Our Liberator will sit tight to the top. Plus 3 attack, Marines in the tanks, Medivacs all coming by. Okay, Adrenal Glands, the Seismic Spines and company coming through. Oh no, he saved the Marauder! Percival realized he was about to kill his Marauder by dropping the rocks, and bam, he saved it. Now that is a commander you want to fight for. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Anti-rock micro that he brought upon himself. Clutch save. What is clutch is that Solo is very much so alive in this game then. I thought he was dead, but he survived as needed. And now have the Marines and the Medivacs are going to come stepping through. Just going to get in. Creep Team are very nearly going down. The Hydras lunge on forward. Fire going to turn a couple of the Banes. Just going to crash through. The Hydras are going to be right there for now. Medivac comes back along. Plus 2 missiles, plus 3 melee. Get a lot of this setup continuing through. That army of Solo starts to come to the front. I mean, at this point, you've had a good start to the game, so if you've ever been set up to kind of play a laid-back, campy sort of situation, this may very well be it. And let's just have setup looking good right now here for Terran. Obviously, you are just sat back, you're looking cozy, feeling good right at this point. And Bane Hydra still stepping through, just going to be seeing the Hydra still nearby. Just going to continue to push on in. Solar then is able to do some damage here. Percival needs to respond. He needs to get some damage back out onto this army. Obviously loses a base. It's fine for him to lose a base because he's got plenty of replenishing CCs. But yeah, this is what he needs. Gets rid of a few of the Hydras. At least make it a little bit expensive on the side of the Zerg player. Make him pay a little bit for that right away. Look, it's still popping, just continue to come through. And plus 3 carapace upgrade coming in. The Hydras and the Queens continue to come around as well. Queen's actually going to jump onto this hatchery. It's going to get killed off immediately, so it's going to be a nice catch. Killing this hatch down. The Marines still stepping up and turning the Lings back the other way as well. Going to get a couple of lurkers as they popped out the Nidus even, so that's actually really nice for Percival. Going to see the Ling's going to try and run through to capitalize on this. The Banes surely don't get close enough. They're going to get target fired, and these Lings have just been melting. What are we doing, Solo? Why are we not trying something to kind of micro this a little bit tighter, maybe a little bit more neatly? Ghost coming around. The Ling's going to have to step away for a moment or two longer still. Just going to see the Marines and the Ghosts still coming back together. That was a lot of losses from Solar. This was not a good moment from him, unfortunately, and now going to be in some trouble. stepping through. The Marines just going to chase up, get after those queens a couple of moments. And continue to chase that around as we have ourselves. The Marines still stepping into this right side hatchery. And we get dead. So yeah, this hatch goes down. Just going to be having the Fire Ghost Force, obviously, at this point, looking extremely strong. Percival looking to capitalize a game that started so well for him. We knew this was looking good for him at first. And he's continuing to make it look good. And he is very close, I think, to getting the 1-0 lead. There's one Baneling in here. Can we right-click it? He tried once there. He saw the movement was a bit off, and it's because he misclicked the Baneling. He gets it the second time. There are Banes that are about to finish morphing in. We just stepped on the creep unstimmed. This is absolutely the time where you capitalize the Solar, where Percival maybe got a little bit too over aggro, but even still, it's not really mattering, it seems. Couple more snipes. Viper's still going down. Hydras are going to be back over here. Just going to see the Ghost going to have to continue pulling back. A couple more moments. Another Liberator sets up as well. Snipe, snipe, snipe. Lib's doing that job. Ghost doing that job. Percival doing his job. GG's to take us to a 1-0 lead for the Terran in our first TVZ semi-final of the day here in the ISSL, the Into the Clan SOOP StarCraft 2 League Weekly number 1. Again, thanks for joining us today, guys. A pleasure to be with you. We're going to be heading into game 2 in a second. We will run some of those cheeky little ads, though, make some crazy money here on the StarCraft stream. All right. That's ready to go in a second then as we kick this off. Game number 2 as soon as we get this hosted. Solar and Percival. Solar's in the replay, but Percival is up 1. He had such a good start. Solar got control back and was able to contest for a while, but just not good enough for long enough. GG. Alright, game 2 in a few moments. Let me rainfall. Rainfall. Go, being called. Get this started up and ready to start. Kicking this off momentarily, guys. Going game as we have ourselves. Percival is going to be up by 1 in the bottom right corner, repping as the red Terran player. Up against the blue Zerg top left, we have Solar. Let's see what our next game will give us as we get this set to go. Set this set to start. Eric's coming up. I'm going to take a couple of moments, get this all settled in. Percival's performance in this patch really has been fantastic as well. Reaper hops down. It's going to be seen moving over. Yeah, Percival's performance recently has absolutely been fantastic to witness. Great to see him doing so well. Very fun to watch. Again, solo is the play he's had a lot of success against as well lately, so fun to see. Okay, he's going to block the drone from the extractor, but it does become a spore crawl at least. Let's see the Reaper hopping down, hopping up. Bit of back and forth for a few moments. Just initially. Going back and forth again. Again, trying to see a bit of what we can do. Playing speed, Rowan continue to come about. There's Reaper coming up to the top side also to apply just a bit of pressure at the moment. And as the speed is coming about, the drones continuing to come across. Queens, Cloak, Banshees, I mean, we got ourselves everything you kind of expect right now coming through. Obviously, Banshees, maybe not the go-to all the time, but a good, safe way to open, especially if you feel like you're in a good position. You just need to make sure you get through to an early stage of this game, and then make sure you don't get cheesed out. Banshees keep you very safe. Banshees have maybe not been as popular lately. The biggest reason for that simply being the fact that... yeah, the biggest reason for them not being as popular lately is simply the fact that it's been very... a lot of Marine-based openings, so you don't really pair the Banshees with Marines. And the Marines naturally kind of give you the defense against the Roaches. And also, it's been a lot of 2-base layout, 2-base muta, or early mutas. The Banshees, they're not bad, they're just not as good. So, it's also definitely a factor as well. Going bad for a little bit, just gonna have ourselves some setup coming through. Evo chamber coming about. Bane there's a couple of Evo chambers. Just gonna see the Hellions, the Banshee already gonna get onto this third hatch. We are gonna see the Queen stepping over, trying to chase this down. 1-1 upgrade, Stimpak coming through. 2 more barracks coming up from Percival as well as continue to get that produced at the moment. Zergling's on the way. This Banshee going to start striking the hatch up on the top side. The bottom side Solar is running by the way, with the Lings. There is going to be a wall up at least. We can pull down supply if we have it to heal that wall if we need to. We could also just pull down SCVs. It means the third isn't mining, but we're killing drones at the same time because the Hellions are having a good time with the lack of Lings on defense. So they've been able to get to the mineral line and put some work in. Do they want to keep pressuring? A lot of these Hellions are low, which obviously feels very dangerous, so we want to be kind of careful there. This Hellions actually going to pull back and actually catch some more Lings in the middle of the map, which is amazing. Anytime you find yourself doing some kind of freebie damage, it's going to be a pretty okay time for you, so enjoying that at the moment. Continues to come by so far. We're still trying to get into a few more of these Hellions, just a little bit more being done, so we find a little extra still at this current point. I'm actually going to look to get a little wrap around, still not going to be good. Still not going to find what they need to there, so not ideal. Ling's going to look to try and push through. The tank in position, the Marines are going to be there as well, ready to try and deal with this. So again, setting up to handle things for a moment. So the Banes do get a crash in there, but Percival's already traded extremely well. Does he save the tanks? He saves one of the two, which is just a nice little addition on top of everything else. A nice bonus with everything else that's going on. Beautiful stuff. Stun comes down, a couple of medevacs in the siege tank, pulling it back through. Just for a moment or so. And it's going to pull back. It's coming back in again. Just take a second. And that drilling clause is coming through also here, so bringing that on play. A couple medevac's going to pull back. We get out. And then 2 upgrades coming up and online. Bringing this in position just for the moment. More of these Banes continue to come about. So again, stepping through for a few moments, stepping straight across here. Currently, Address will just take a few moments. Again, knock down these rocks, open up that space a little at the moment. And he's going to pull back again. Those few Zerglings going to continue to run over. Just coming over this side. The Lings and the Banes going to step across as well. Marines and the medevacs join back up. Percival has been pushed back. On the end of this all, 4.1 to 5.2k resources lost. Solo's on his way to the lurkers. I always believe in Solo when he gets those lurkers. I always think that when he gets those lurkers, that is where he kind of wants to be. Facing these Marines still pushing back, looking to chase this back the other way. Hydra's Banes continue to come about, just going to be seeing the rest of this continuing through. The Marines going to get there, Hydra and the Queens continue to gather up. Just going to have our Lings wrapping. The Marines are going to get caught as well. The tank is still going to be firing. A few more Lings coming through also. Lings are going to get a wrap around. Just going to grab that siege tank. It's going to go down already. And as the Zerglings will continue to come back over. Bio will come through. A couple of Banes coming across. So the Fungal is nice, hitting a few more of these Lings as well. At this point, just having the siege tanks getting caught in the center. Percival loses out. Solo's getting a couple of infestors on his side. Yeah, Percival's setup is not great. 2 tanks only. A couple of ghosts popping at least, and he is building 2 tanks at a time, so that should help. And we've seen a couple of medevacs coming back around, trying to see what else we can get going on. Just currently seeing the lurkers and the lings continue to move back over. Just gonna see the tank firing, a few marines and ghosts coming through as well. Just gonna see the rest of the ling hydra coming back along. 5 drones, 6 SCVs. I mean, at least Percival's getting some drone damage during this. This planetary, can it survive? Enough SCVs repairing it? I think so. So keeping that 5th base alive is going to be massive. And with the ghosts out, the lurkers are not too much of an issue. It feels manageable for the moment, at least. It's going to be there. The lings and the hydras continue to come back over. Fire coming over. Ghost and the tank continue to come over as well. Lings, hydras, lurkers, and Festa are going to drop a fungal growth down as well here for a few moments. More snipes coming in. The hydra's going to get hit. Just going to be seeing the lings. The hydras continue to run across. Looking straight in position here. This hatchery is potentially going to go down. I mean, still has the left and right sides he's mining from, so it's not too much of an issue to lose this base right away. Could be a whole lot worse. And the Marines gather. Medevacs will do some healing. And we've seen the Hydra, the Banes, the Vipers, all of that continue to come through. For the moment, as we settle things down. The Liberators will be sieging out the front, so taking position over in this direction. And a couple of libs and everything else fighting back. Just for a moment or two. Marines are going to continue to stem. A few more of these lings and the Banes coming across. Just going to lift those medevacs. We're going to retreat away. +2 missiles, +3 carapace, all coming up with 10 additional hydras in production. 28 more zerglings coming out as well as these marines unload, and that look gets killed. I'm just going to be seeing the command center. It's going to float over to that right-hand side. The ghost looking to get a couple snipes in. Snipe, and the look goes down already. And again, the additional liberators, the advanced ballistics, and the rest of this still continuing through. Nuke is producing. Command center's building. I mean, Percival's very ready to sit back and just play the long game here if that's what he feels the need to do to kind of get this to a point where you can close it out. That definitely seems to be the direction of things right now. And the Hydra is going to take a little bit of a dive in. Gets a bit of a jump through. I feel like Solar is not trading well enough to allow Percival to have these 6 bases, but there's not really, I mean, all you can really do is to try and break them down, so let's see if he can do that. Feels the need to make something happen. Fire steps up, a couple more lings. The creep tumors are going to fall once again. We are going to be seeing the lings are still going to run across the spore. It's going to be nice to help push the medevacs back just a little bit. The Vipers will be there too for parasitic bombs. It's a bit of a late pickup from Percival, and the medevac of the units inside is the lowest, so it goes down. That was just Percival lifting up too late. If he lifted up sooner, he could have been gone away from the bombs. Even before that, he could have had time to split the medevac out and to put the units in the right medevac. And he would have had more units in medevacs as well, because he lifted so late, a bunch of those Banes didn't connect. And again, Hydra's going to step through. Just going to get the siege tank. Planetary Fortress will be there. Planetary Defender going down. Ghost going to try and snipe up this ramp. Going to aim at these Overseers. This is why Overseers are... The Overseers are expensive. They're good targets for the snipers. Not as easy to do as before because Sniper's a bit more expensive, but it's still worth it. However, now the Ghosts get caught. This is one thing I feel like has happened to Percival a lot watching him lately. The Ghosts getting caught a bit too far forward, but this actually seems alright. Nidus in the main base, I mean, it's going to finish, get a few lurkers out, but it's dealt with so quickly after that. I just can't feel that this was really good for Solar, who is out of money, by the way. Does not have what he needs at the moment. A couple of Liberators will continue to siege up in the center. Again, the drones mining their way onto the patches. Wing Hydra coming up, +3 melee. Building on through. Ghosts, Libs, Marauder, and the command centers all building into place. So we got another extractor finishing up here. Percival's going to try and take the bottom left side. Rainfall's a tough map because you are limited on the bases, right? As Solar, it's very hard to steal the 7th base away from the Terran. And it obviously means you only have really 7 bases yourself in that case. So you kind of have to keep the Terran off a 7th base, but mining 7 bases to 6 is very different from, like, if you steal a Terran's base, you mine 8 to 6. So long term, it's a bit better for you. This map just doesn't really let that happen easily, as we do have to scan here. It is Marines against these lurkers. We will kill 2 out of the 3. We'll have to lift up the rest of the army coming over. Solar is back maxed out at the very least, but let's see what he can do. These Liberators need to get sieged. That Parasitic bombed. It's a little bit messy. Siege is one that's bombed, and then actually going to come in from the flank and try and find the Infestor here. A couple of the Banes, the Marauders leave forward. There's the scan to get rid of the Infestor. The Viper's out of energy too. Solo only had those 2 spellcasters in the game. He's got a couple more Infestors now building. As Percival will clear out the bottom left. So taking a moment just to step across and to handle that comfortably for the moment. Again, 11 Banes coming up. A couple of Infestors coming through. The Lings are coming around. These Banes are going to roll forward. Ling Hydra coming across. Ghost's going to set up a bunch of snipes initially onto these Hydras. The Liberators continue to do their thing. There's a bunch of these Hydras continue to get turned around the other way. The Ghost will be there to push this back. And we do have the scan still in place. Libs are still pushing further forward now. And then Hydra coming through again. Just going to have ourselves the Libs still set up in the skies. Just going to see the tank is firing. The bio is sitting there. Infestor going down. I mean, Percival is just doing fine. He's retreating with the majority. He's killing off a lot. And just Solar has no momentum to push through after. There's nothing in the bank compared to Percival, who's ready to rebuild on the instant that he's lost units. Ghost is going to live. Bio will drop a stim. We just see these few Banes going to come crashing in. Tank sieging as well. These Hydras just going to lunge forward, and these Liberators going to try and siege. Maybe a good dive from Solar for a few moments. Like, the initial setup there seemed good, but again, at the end, Percival scrambles together the defense, and the defense is fine. Planetary finishes. The Lings get taken out. Minus 11 SCVs. Again, you don't have a huge bank to work with, but neither does Solar, so that really keeps this just being fine for you here. As Percival, Solar's just full sending this on Lingbane Hydra. He's just going to attack until he has no more to attack with. This is a good set of snipes. Getting rid of a few of the Hydras right off the bat. Fungal lands on the Ghosts. Diving forward, Solar sees this as his opportunity. Refungals. Banelings get to connect. It's just still so expensive. That was kind of the Fungal of your dreams, really. It's just... I mean, this would have been fine in a lot of scenarios. It's just not fine when Solar is kind of already running out of stuff, right? Like, this would have been a big win for him. It's just he's not in a good position for it to be good enough. Like, resetting the Ghost count down at literally 2 Ghosts left in the game at the moment. Brilliant. The amount of units that you really need Ghosts for anymore, pretty much 0 as well on the other side. Percival 2-0 into the finals today. As his performance as of late continues to be strong, Percival moves on through into the finals. Alright, guys. Let's drop into the Beyond versus SHIN semi-final, which is coming up here in just a few moments. So we'll have Beyond and SHIN coming up for some more TVZ. That will start up very, very shortly. I'll get that on the way. Get a party going for this one. And get this host up and ready to go, go, go. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. All right, they are talking for a few moments. Getting this set up. I think I'll BRB a second just as the game gets hosted, guys. Just a moment or two. Come back. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 bada, bum, bada, bum, bada, bum, 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 bum. Guys, stop fighting each other about balance and stuff. It's not worth it in Twitch chat. It's just not worth it in Twitch chat. I promise you. Have they not videoed yet? Crazy if they haven't videoed yet. Wow. I can't believe they haven't vetoed. It's actually baffling to me. Actually baffling. I want to BRB and these guys just, you know what, I'm going to BRB, guys. I'll just join my phone. I'll be right back with you in just a couple. Get this started soon. They're videoing and stuff. I'll be with you guys shortly for the second semi-final, Beyond vs. SHIN. Don't know why the hotkey didn't work for a second there. SHIN Bjorn to fight for a spot in the finals against Percival. Let me get this ready to rumble. Well, hello everybody, good to see you all. And thanks for joining us today. A little bit of chatting as we get going early. These two have been talking the entire way through the video process. They must have sent 100 messages in the last 3 minutes while we got everything set up and so. Kind of crazy. Just taking a moment. After that long games, from last time, guys, we'll just take a couple of moments before we fully talk here. I'll yap a little bit louder in a second. Just grabbing a quick bite to eat as well. So, just a bag of crisps. I got like 3 left to eat, but I thought I'd give you an update because I was being real quiet. Ling speed all coming up. The Bane Nest is done, so SHIN's going to be a chance to be very aggressive here with only 19 drones. A lone Hellion from Bjorn should be very useful for him here, actually. Should actually help him out quite a lot. You can see all that Ling Bane coming straight through then, so we get that ready to go. Those Banes morphing for the moment. Crash through. Everything goes down the high ground. Now the Lings get to flood. It's a lot of Marines. I don't think SHIN has enough, to be honest. I don't think this was actually dangerous enough so far. However, he will morph a couple more Banes. Beyond trying to get the re-wall up. SHIN blocks it for a moment. Keeps it blocked. Now gets a Bane up close and personal to Marines. Doesn't actually get too good of a connection, honestly. Other Bane morphing in the main base goes down. That is a defense for the moment. There's a defense for it now. SCVs in the low ground start to drop. SHIN has to drone from here, but he's down 6 workers. No third hatch, of course. He does have some more Lings coming over, but the big issue, he killed 1 Hellion and 1 Marine. So Bjorn has a couple Hellions still up. He still has a Marine count. He can kill Overlords with the Viking. I mean, he is just in a dreamy spot. The only bad thing for Bjorn is he's going to get supply blocked. He needs to start a depot in a moment or two. Take a couple seconds, we gather in. was gonna say our starport's coming over. Barracks are gonna drop down tech lab. A few drones coming up as well. Just a couple of Hellions continue to produce through for the moment. Hellions just popping. Again, lair, drones continue to build for a few seconds. Yeah, third and fourth CC. So Bjorn just says, cool, I'm in a great position. Bam! Let's take full advantage. It's seeming very good as, again, the land, the overlords continue to gather up here. Again, CC's coming into play. The Raven is building. Marine and the stim pack coming through as well. It's just bringing a bit of that extra online for the moment as well. Continue to get that going here. This Marine is going to fight with a nearby hatch. As you can see, the Hellion's going to fight a couple more of these drones. Take a few more shots. It's going to see the minus 14 workers is a pretty good sign of where this game is going to, because SHIN is not going to be allowed to recover. We have a couple Hellions into the main base. There's not any low HP drones. They should go down. We'll clean up. I mean, you should be able to lift, and if you want to kill this screen, you should be able to kill it. He should drop the Marine on it. Gets it, saves the Marine even. SHIN will say GG. This one is done, and I don't think anyone's disagreeing. There's a Bjorn defense early. That is the main part of that. And puts himself in a good spot. G. GG, as they do say. GG. Alrighty, guys. At Eternity's Edge for map 2. Let's see if SHIN can fight back without cheesing himself into trouble. Because that is more or less what happened. Three, two, one. We are good to go. Let's get into our next game here then, and see if SHIN will fight back. Bjorn looking to make it a TVT final against Percival if he can get this win. In the bottom right-hand corner, our blue Zerg player down a map is going to be SHIN. Against the red turn in the top left-hand corner, we are going to have ourselves done. Up a game, best of 3. Let's see how it all rounds out. I want a game 3 because I actually kind of want a ZVT final. I'd like to see a SHIN Percival final, I guess. I mean, I will not. I mean, if we've had 2 TVZ semis, not the end of the world if you have a TVT final, but I think generally speaking, I don't think it's crazy to suggest that we might want a TVZ final. So, can you ever have too much TVZ? I think is the question. Personally, no. TVZ is a great matchup, unless maybe it's like a really boring meta and this more turtly meta is okay. It's a little bit less interesting, perhaps, but I don't think it's so bad that I'm like not cheering for TVZ to happen, just because we've had a couple in a row. Match ball coming down into place. Orbital commands in to continue to build up, so we get that. I'm going to settle down for just a moment and see where we are going to be taking things. Overlord hanging, and a couple of orbitals both on the way up at the moment. Bring that online. Is that a question coming up from SHIN? As again, they've been very chatty, to say the least, at the start of this day. What's the least favorite matchup? ZVZ? Yeah, well, TVT is actually probably... I think TVT is less favored by people than ZVZ. I mean, people are just very, very picky when it comes to mirrors, so any mirror, and then it just... I don't know if there's one mirror which people like more than others. A lot of people think ZVZ is okay because it's short, so it's just like, oh, okay then, you know, it just don't actually have any... You know, it's over fast enough that I don't get to complain about it or so. Run coming up the hatchery as well, continuing to produce just for the moment. Again, Hellion Marines company coming by. Six more roaches coming into place. We get that all started. Get this underway. As Bjorn and SHIN continue to have some fun with each other. TVT gets more complaints. I think TVT is probably the least favorite, because TVT actually very commonly ends up in a very stalematey position, and it takes a lot more to appreciate that than it takes to appreciate the what people would say are the negatives of ZVZ and PvP, which is the volatility of it and the weirdness sometimes. So yeah, I think probably TVT is the least favorite matchup, actually. But TVT probably averages more viewers than PvP and ZVZ because the games last longer, and long games typically end up with more views as well. Going to drop the question mark as the roaches are walking across the map toward him here. Shouldn't really came into this season like, you know what? I'm not playing any sort of long game. From a Ling Bane attack now to a roach attack. There's a tank halfway done from Bjorn as he looks for a defense on this. Who's the command center at the front? Actually going to have that cancelled. Seeing the SCVs pulling through. There's going to be a defense, right? With the Liberators showing up, a tank nearby. That's going to be good enough. SHIN behind it, he's 3 bases. Drone count is equal, which is okay. I'm a little scared about how many units he loses here, because losing a bunch of units is going to land you in a bunch of trouble kind of continuing onwards. So, do you think that is, like I say, a little bit of a concern at the very least? Now we have the counter-attack, and that's going to force you to make units while not having been on necessarily a great economy. I think that's where maybe the issue really comes from here as SHIN. Anytime you fail an attack, the tank can counter you, it's not going to be great, but he does get enough up. He does defend for now, so actually not going to be so bad just yet. Engineering base coming out, the 1-1 will start. Carapace just getting started, so upgrade-wise, we're pretty even coming out of all of this as well. And Carapace and that Roach Speed both building through. 1-1 upgrades and Stim Pack on the way. Being added on for the moment. Thanks to Roach Speed, Carapace upgrade, continue to produce through for a little bit then. Continue to bring that online. Again, the upgrades all continuing into play. Going to be a big part of this as we continue onwards. This Marine's got underneath and actually going to chase this Overseer out. Is making its move. Like I said, Bjorn is kind of fine. I mean, Shin is going to switch into melee upgrades. He still has a lot of roaches on the field, so supply's a little inflated, but he has morphed a few of those into Ravagers, which helps that supply to not be as much of a lie. So, thought is maybe not as bad as it could maybe be. You're going to have a lot of the Ling Roach Ravagers moving forward here. Like I say, the upgrades are going to be for the Lings, so Roach Ravager is not expected to be too great long term. Let's see the Libera actually going down, so Bjorn doesn't even find that much harass off of this. And like I say, for the moment at least, Shin stabilizing and his initial aggression. I mean, he's going to go more than just stabilize, he's going straight through into the Hive Tech already here, so he is getting set up right now and into a very comfortable spot. Getting into Hive, going to have all of those options available to him already. It's going to be very powerful, very good for you. Puts you in a good spot early on. He's actually going to jump into the hatch. Gonna get cancel on this. There is an attempted goal base from Shin at the same time, though, in the bottom left-hand side, so that could be very scary. That gets to truly come up and happen. Bio coming back over. So let's see those few medevacs gathering. And just have the rest of this settling straight through. Drilling claws building up into place. Bio still stepping into the creep spread here, just taking a couple of moments, getting that all set. Just gonna get pushed back on the edge of creep, and the roaches are gonna do that job. There's the Ultra Cavern. We are starting to see the pressure into the Hive Tech coming online. We deny this base again. You gotta say we've done that a couple times now, and that's always gonna be a good thing. Just denying that location is gonna be a major boon in the grand scheme of things. No doubt. Let's run in. Marines get chased away. We'll have this tank bio Mind Force continue to come over for a couple seconds. A big shove from Bjorn as he is looking to get Shin on the run. I mean, this is just before some of the upgrades finish up and before this gets maybe to being completely comfortable here for our Zerg player. Shin trying to fight back, not having a great time, being dropped on the right side still as well. It's not going to bode well for him. He has the Infestors. Apparently he's dropped one fungal, but he's got one or two maybe even left. Is it going to be enough to help him break through this spot? So far, it's not looking great. He's not making enough progress at all so far. As we do see the fungals, it's looking a bit better. That's what he needed. The tank's quite far away from the rest of this fight, so Bjorn a little bit split up. Maybe could have been a little bit closer together if he really wanted to give himself a better shot at making sure this trade went well for him long term. BioLib continues to come online. With the 6 soldiers and the 2 Infestors, Shin finds the defense he needed to kind of give him the freedom to be okay in this situation, because it was actually looking pretty ugly for him, no? I did not love where he was sitting, to be honest. But, like I say, things will be looking up for him now, at least, as he gets some breathing room. Beyond 4 bases, extra CCs on the way up. He's very ready to start playing into the later stages. That should not really come as too much of a surprise in the grand scheme of this. So obviously if you can stop him from doing that, then that would be incredible as well. And we're going to try to do exactly that. We're going to try and stop Bjorn from setting up defensively by just fighting him early. See if that can maybe be a success story. if he's going to transfer over. Bjorn, well, at least still seeming okay. Wouldn't doing some big work there. Bjorn actually going to take a momentary supply lead for a few seconds, so gonna look a little bit better coming out of this. The Bane's still trying to crash through. Bjorn splitting back. The Ultra's trying to show up. We've got one Ultra already on low HP. Bjorn starts to live, but the Medevac's going to get caught in a fungal, going to make that difficult to do as well. Going to make that very tough as the bio is going to, in the end, fully back up at the moment. The bio is still coming through this. Ultralisk is going to go down, so we are going to get a catch on that. This is going to be a KO. He's actually going to get the Infestors at the tail end of this as well. That continues to look very good for you here. Killing Infestors feels great in this current situation, no doubt. We've seen the Bioforce will reposition him. Look at our moments. We are going to see minus a bunch of drones. SHIN has not got a lot of money banked, which is obviously going to be an issue for him long term as well. So that's definitely looking like a bad time. Not looking great. Like I say, just going to see this Bioforce breaking closing. You can find a lot of good fights where he's able to knock down the Infestors. Didn't actually get punished too heavily by the Fungals. Had some good mines to help him out as well. All of this, he's still only on the 4 bases. It's not like Gunner's had like the mega economy or like the super kind of setup that's never going to be broken down. I actually think SHIN did a good job of applying enough pressure to keep Bjorn only on those 4 bases, but apparently it's going to be enough. Bjorn did a good job shutting down some bases himself, having to deal with these Ultras, but if these Ultras fall, it's kind of the last stand for SHIN. He's got Corruptors that just showed up to fight the Medevacs off, which is nice. I mean, this Bio Army's going to have no healing very soon, but you're also producing Lings that may end up just doing no damage very soon as well, to be honest, so that's also maybe problematic, to say the least, as Corruptors still trying to get what they can. I mean, they've picked off most of the Medevacs. Like I said, I don't even know if Bjorn needs to stim, though. Just walk around slow and just kill base by base. It's only Zerglings. Stim if you see Ultras/Banes. Bjorn at 50 supply. He has down a full set of upgrades mined. That's obviously a little bit uncommon for the... It's a little bit uncommon for the Terran player to be down in that kind of regard. Okay. We are going to be fine, and we're going to get it done. Bjorn is going to take this one down and win out here to go to the finals against Percival. Alright, so we will head to a Bjorn versus Percival grand final today, guys. I believe it's best of 5. Alright, we'll take a moment and get these players set. Let's resettled for a moment or so, guys. And go TVT style to wrap up the day. Alright, videos are coming in. Should be able to kick this off soon. Two videos each, just waiting for the map picks to actually start coming in, we can start getting this hosted even. First map gonna be Old Sun Temple. Nope, apparently that got vetoed, so that will not be the first map. At Eternity's Edge, Rainfall going to be the first couple, it would seem. Cool. TVT Finals hasn't happened in a while. Saw a lot of TVT lately, though. Yeah, we casted TVT final yesterday, Clem Percival. Crazy prediction, Terran's going to win. No! What? Who we kidding, guys? It's a Korean-based weekly cup. Like, it's gonna be a Terran victor, you know? Like, you guys think you're smart making these predictions now? You could have made this prediction days ago. It would have been good. Joke's on you guys. The joke is on you guys. Getting ready to kick this off, my friends. At Eternity's Edge coming through. You just tanked 12 ads. Good job. I mean, it doesn't really matter how many ads you get because the ads actually are a certain amount of time. So you're going to get 3 minutes of ads. Whether it's 12 ads or 4 ads, it's still the same amount of time. So being 12 ads, it's impressive. It doesn't really make much of a difference, I don't think, overall. Unfortunately. I know. Not to hate on your achievement of getting 12 ads, but yeah, it's not as crazy as one may think. Not as crazy as one may think. At Eternity's Edge is coming in. Let's jump into the TV team, my friends. Bjorn versus Percival. Got ourselves in the bottom right hand side to start this finals off. The red Terran player. This is going to be Bjorn. And in the top left hand side, our blue Terran is going to be Percival. Good job on funding a fraction of the weekly event. That is true. I mean, at least if you see the ads, it probably is gonna... If it doesn't go to StarCraft, guys, it'll at least go to me. So, you know, you're either funding StarCraft or you're funding my degenerate TCG habits or something. You know, what's not to love about that? Surely nothing. Surely nothing. You just build an engineering bay instead of the command center here. I'm going to go CC first. Very risky. Very, very risky. Let's see if it pays off for him. If he can make it turn out okay. I do think... Did Percival punish a CC first yesterday but then didn't win the game or so? Can't remember how that one went down. Yeah. CC first is something that a few players have been toying with in the matchup, and it's just... I don't know, it feels so risky still. I know it's cheap, I just find it very hard to believe that it's actually worth going for. Like, if your opponent doesn't scout and you get away with it, then brilliant. But if they know about it and they play a bit more aggressively themselves, I mean, in this case, Percival's already thrown down the expansion, so that should, in theory, be very good for him. For Bjorn, that is, because now you're just going to CC first against the expand, so we'll see, though. I mean, maybe Percival can still find some harassment damage. It's figured out soon as the SCV ends up turning away for the moment, falling back for now. Reaper moving along, reset for a couple seconds, Reaper coming over to that right-hand side. Ratchet gonna hit the other Reaper in return. Again, the factory coming up on both sides here. The double commands and the building for Percival, actually, so getting a couple of CCs up and running. See a couple of Reapers will show up trying to apply some of this pressure, so we'll try and get something done here. A couple of Reapers gather. Again, Reaper, Hellion both coming through. That barracks going to lift off. Reactor gathering around for a few moments. Get this all settled. See a couple of Reapers and Hellions will gather up here as well. It's just going to bring those about for some damage. Get some work done for a couple of moments. Well, I mean, in the end, Bjorn is going to get away with the CC first. That's my main takeaway from this, is that we have not been punished for going command center first. That should feel very good. So yeah, I'm going to try and keep chasing here. Bjorn has the two Reapers still chased down, and Hellion gets a couple more shots off before that one Reaper goes down. Hellion should be able to repair to safety, unless you drop a really good grenade, I would imagine. Can't imagine that that's likely going to be the case, though. A couple Hellions, that Raven all coming up again. The couple Marines are building as well, so we bring a lot of that online. Cyclone, Raven, all continuing to build at the moment. This CC is just going to land down onto the third base. Get in position, get that sorted for a couple of moments here. More back and forth and continue to play the trading game early, as again the Hellions will scrap with one another for an initial few moments, if nothing else, getting some more work done. You can see the Raven count building up, and Marines still coming through as well. Against Impact also being added on for a couple of moments. Raven drops down, auto turret coming through already. Bringing this straight into place. Actually, I have a couple of SCVs going down on the side of Percival, and Bjorn is not going to take any losses in comparison. Percival up about 4 workers here overall. Again, Percival yesterday played a great series against Kira, some very long games where he's very comfortable and confident. I then played a series against Clem, where Clem just showed just how good he still is at TVT as well, and played himself into some great positions and into some great scenarios. Well, that was a lot of fun. Hellions will still continue to go up to the top. Raven's going to come back home, so we do get all the Ravens back from Percival. 2 Ravens up from Bjorn, so there is going to be an inherent advantage in the Raven fights over towards Percival's favor. See what that can really do for him. Just going to get rid of a couple more SCVs. Going to find a little bit more damage here already. A little bit more done. I'm just going to be seeing the SCVs going down. Shot onto those Hellions. Marine showing up. Orbital already taking damage. A couple of these Hellions getting hit at. Siege tank is going to get to unsiege and pull back away, but we're going to auto turret the high ground of Percival. Let's get a whole lot done right here. This tank on the high ground does not fall, though. And that means that Bjorn is essentially going to have a defense. That was very scary, though, because it was very possible that both of those tanks did fall, right? And that could have been very scary indeed. Medevacs back over to the left side. A couple of medevacs, the tank, all coming through. Combat shield and Marines coming over as well. Going to have the medevacs and Marines coming back over. A couple Marines going to hit this command center. Auto turrets going down. Marines still taking a few shots. And Marines will continue to fight here for at least a moment or so. It's just going to be settling down on that. Just going to see these Marines still coming through. 14 SCVs killed. The other couple Marines still trying to get into action as well. Medevacs continue over. Raven will join. Going to be seeing this orbital is going to float into that third base location. Just going to get that put in position here for a few moments and get that settled down into place. Marines will push up. Again, Rocks will take some damage. A couple of medevacs just going to sit there cozy for a moment or two. Marines actually going to stem in. Siege tank going to go down. He's going to break through. Percival continue trying to apply the pressure over in this position, and again, doing a pretty good job of it overall, I would say. Able to keep himself competitive thus far here. Some more Marines going to get back in over here, and Bjorn continues to take damage. Bjorn is going to start focusing a few attempts of aggression on the other side of the map, it seems. So, we're looking to put some pressure on the other side. We'll see how much of a success story he can make that as we come back over. And we've got that 2-2 finishing from Bjorn in a moment. The 2-2 on the way from Percival as well. Military Fortress. Just coming around again. Marines, the tank covering the medevacs as well. CC floats over to the bottom side. He's going to drop that in position. Come on, Marines coming about. The 2-2 is on its way. You're just going to see the Vikings building as well. Loading into the main, just going to see a couple of these barracks have to immediately cancel. Bjorn just taking back what he can. Reactor will go down. He has a tank here. Percival's going to choke up to run through. The tank is shooting dead center on those Marines. That's a defense. And Percival is also missing the attack upgrade for a few more moments. That doesn't exactly help you either in the grand scheme of this. Bjorn taking a supply lead at this point. Percival trying to push forward. I think Bjorn's going to be okay, kind of sitting defensively up on this high ground, though. I don't think Percival will push into this super easily. We're going to come down this ramp now. Bjorn's going to be able to push this back. Eats the anti-armor missile, but too much was already done, and now Vikings and Ravens getting caught on the follow-up from Bjorn, clearing out everything bar one Viking, and even the few Marines that show up from Medivacs are not going to be enough to turn this around anymore. A couple of these tanks have to pull back again, just coming away. The Vikings going to shoot. The Medivacs continuing to go down currently. Gun's defense is still holding solid. I mean, Percival's still trying to push through the center of the map and doing as much as we can here. Just trying to find some openings. As the Marines, the tanks all gather up. 3-3 plus 2 vehicle weapons coming by. Just going to stem a bit further forward. The tanks keep dropping. The Marines will be going down as well. That is a big cleanup. And back in the Viking falls. Again, a couple of siege tanks just going to get chased. Our Marines still pushing forward. It's coming from a different direction. We are going to be seeing, I think in the end, defensively Percival should be fine against the Marines, but obviously once he runs into the tanks, that's where the issue comes around. Percival still has 6 tanks, just has to find out where they are. I think he's got 2 on the right side that are very useless at the moment. Like these 2 on the right, yeah, are just dead positioned. So they need to reposition realistically. Although they're not dead if Bjorn accidentally walks up into them now, but they were dead in the defensive position from before. And Percival makes something of this. He's going to swarm from the left side as well, you'd imagine. Gets overrun on the right already, though. Bjorn's also a little close to 3-3 plus 3 armor kicking in soon. Marines step up, Marines fight the other way. A couple of these tanks going down, the Vikings getting shot at. And go for this back and forth here. Just going to be seeing the rest of the Marine tank continue to come along. Being brought over for the moment is again the tanks, Marines all building. Again, Raven, Marines, siege tanks continue to build. 3-3 coming up. This tank going to get caught. Another tank getting caught as well. We knocked through into the sense tower, into the missile turret. Now that tank's in siege, and a few Marines will join together. Gun still on the forward position. Now up to 5, going to 6 bases. I mean, we're still 5 base terrain as Percival. So we're fine economically for now. It's just Bjorn has the map control and the positioning. Let's see if Percival can fight back with that. He is starting to build Ravens up again. It's a big factor, right? Having the Raven spellcasting typically goes a long way. But I said this yesterday, Bjorn is one of the players who I absolutely believe in when it comes to playing against kind of some of the air control of Terran players without air control himself. And we might see a little bit of that right now. As the Marines come back over that right-hand side. Percival still holding tight around the top. Very heavy Marine camps from Bjorn, 16 at a time. It's a big map, so there's going to be a lot of movement around that you can likely make here as Bjorn as well to try and help yourself with this. We're starting to fight back, and that's not good for Bjorn because, again, he's looking to be the one with the map control and the ability to be here, there, and everywhere pretty much. More units coming about. Putting up on that high ground, gathering in for a few more moments. Just getting everything joined together. Still another fight. Bjorn trying to come in from 2 angles, but the tanks now are going to be lathering the damage on. And that's going to start hurting quite heavily. If that keeps up, having a fight into that is not going to be fun. Not in the slightest, so again, having a bit of a tough time there. Marines, tanks trying to fight back. A couple tanks holding out on the other side as well. Trying to bring this back into position. Marines joined up. Marine tank going away. Shots onto a tank in the bottom side. Bjorn again still trying to take this gold base, which would be nice. And again, he's playing still just the heavy Marine production at the moment is his plan, apparently. Is what he is going for. More shots, Marines coming around once again. Just going to be having ourselves the army of Bjorn high in number. You need to be set up defensively as Percival. Getting caught like this is not going to go well for you. So, it's one of those moments where you're going to get punished actually a little bit for this right now. And Bjorn is going to take the opportunity to push in. But again, the further Bjorn pushes in, the more defensively you should be placed. The more comfortable you should be actually being able to deny this a little bit on the side of Percival here, because you should be better set defensively. And still popping out, Ravens overhead, the tanks firing again. A few Marines on this side. Percival finding a counter stab for himself and getting some serious damage done with it. Big success story on that one. Huge couple of moments as we're going to see this planting fortress getting jumped on. That's going to go down. So Bjorn is finding damage. Percival is finding damage. Both players seeing success over the last few moments. Bjorn is still going, working his way through tanks. Auto turrets coming down. The anti-armor missile doing a lot of the work necessary here to actually help push these Marines away. Not easily done at all. My goodness. Liberator is now showing up from Percival, going to push back. Remember, he's had air control this whole time, right? He's had the higher Raven count. Bjorn has clearly decided to play without the air control. He has decided to play this Marine-heavy style. Engaging in right here. We're just going to be sieging. Just going to be seeing a few more Marines coming through. A couple more shots coming about. Ravens, Marines continuing to build straight into place. And that's what Gather Liberator comes around again. Marine tank joining up. Looking to siege on top of that planetary. Tank gonna get anti-armor missile and Matrix. Not too many Marines go on the Matrix. Now there is. It's not a winnable fight for Bjorn. That is not a trade that goes well for you. Tough position right now for Bjorn. Don't get me wrong, like he chose to play this, and so I will believe a little bit in what he chose to do, but I do think it's leaving him in a tough spot. It is not easily escaped from here at the moment. Let's just have our Raven, the Vikings coming through, CC's on the way. Marines getting through the center. Tank is going to go down. He's going to push up. A couple of those Ravens going to get chased away. We're not going to see Bjorn again. These are the sort of catches you want. Lots of Ravens. You can just run through the auto turrets, run through the couple of tanks, and the rest of the defense. Where is it from Percival? Not here. Again, does not get under the Ravens at least. That could have been a disaster for sure. Just coming through, the Ravens still getting jumped on, all these auto turrets, all these tanks getting picked off. CCs are going to have to cancel already as well. is going to shoot. That Vantage Fortress is going to get denied, so that's going to be a good pick off. And again, continue to challenge. I mean, Percival is going to be similar bases to Bjorn. We've obviously had a little bit of back and forth here and there so far. Marines come about. The CC going to morph in. Against the Ravens, Marines, and the rest of the company. Continue to come around at the moment. ISAC auto tracking is on its way through from both players as well. Just another upgrade for later in this game, later in this situation. A couple of tanks making their way around. Ship weapons, ISAC auto tracking, all of that building. For the moment, Marines are going to end up with a fight, jumping through Percival. He's going to be able to matrix those tanks. Bjorn held out for a little bit. Because Bjorn, by the way, is very close to finishing his own +2 vehicle weapon upgrade. Could be really nice because he's been behind that upgrade for a significant amount of time. He was very far behind on tank upgrades throughout this game, actually. But is slowly catching. First of all, now taking the chance to go ship weapons. Well, you don't need that as Bjorn if you choose not to play any sort of air units, right? 200 IQ play from Bjorn, for sure. Medevacs come over. Again, +2 vehicle weapons on the way by. The ship weapon coming through as well. Marines and Ghosts. Marines, Ravens, Libs in the tank still building because we do actually clean up this medevac. 24 minutes in, game one of this final. There's been a real bright old TVT so far as Bjorn is, again, just going to force, auto-turreting the Marines without, like, anti-arm missiles and other support just isn't good enough, as you can see. And so Bjorn continues to find some of these trades. Resource loss is kind of crazy as well, 43k apiece. Like, it's so close to being even. In fact, it will be even for a moment there. I mean, that is ridiculous when you consider the kind of game that Bjorn's playing. Like, Bjorn is playing the less efficient, kind of spammier, low-tech army, and yet he's the one that's traded way better. What's going to be funny is that Bjorn's going to have a lot of gas left on his side of the map, and Percival isn't in comparison. Because Bjorn's losing a lot more minerals, whereas Percival will be losing a lot of gas units. So I do wonder a little bit of, like, maybe late game, does Bjorn just have, like, a gas advantage, and does that have, like, a serious impact? It's possible. It could have an impact for sure. Marines get through, a couple more kills going into place. You can see it repositions for a few moments as well. And Small Bjorn is pushing up at the top. He's got some units looking at maybe challenge on the bottom left. Most of the Air Force is up in the top side, so maybe there's something he can work with there. Gets a Liberator quickly, gets Matrix on a tank, but he has two more tanks further back that are actually holding position. He tries to dive for a siege tank there, doesn't quite get it, gets it low. Nothing happening bottom left during this, so for now at least we're A-OK to continue through. Well, the fight that Bjorn is kind of winning out on, especially as he starts to get on top of some of the air units. Again, cannot stress enough how important the value of these units is for Percival. Like, they're expensive. Anytime you see a Lib or a Ray-Wing die and it's just a few Marines that get it, it feels bad, especially when you consider that they're trading evenly. It's a 56 mineral gap or resource gap on the resources lost. Marines going to fight. The Ravens will be chased. The Libs are still sieged off that right side. Trying to push back the tanks little by little, but they need to be careful. Like, Percival's almost going too quickly. Like, he needs to, like, slow down and actually let the rest of his units catch up a little bit. Because otherwise he's kind of engaging without the tank support, and now Bjorn's going to overwhelm with Marines. Tanks siege up a bit further forward. A lot of the air units going down. Oh my god, he tries to lift onto the tank to the right side. It gets denied as the Vikings shut the medevac down. It's actually funny. I actually think what's killing Percival is almost the amount of air control. Like, I almost think actually Percival would be better off if he cut down on some of the air units and just built more tanks. Because there's no way in which he should be having so much trouble holding down. I mean, obviously he's spread across a very wide map, which is what Bjorn is reliant on as well. The spread is a big part of the reason why you can see success here as Bjorn, because otherwise all those tanks would be consolidated in one area, and then that's very bad for you. Now these Marines do not have really much HP left on them, so that's also not exactly great. Fight breaks out. Seeing those tanks able to siege this base. It's a base Bjorn doesn't have. Bjorn does have the gold base, though, by the way. So Bjorn would like to deny it. He's going to go for the expensive trade. He's not going to get it, though. Extra Marines just showed up. It's funny, when Bjorn takes a bad trade, it's like, oh no! My units aren't worth anything. Like, his units are worth so little, like a bad trade is like, okay, whatever then. Like, it just really isn't that big of a deal, which is kind of amusing. It's going to be seeing the libers at least showing up now. Will push the tanks back. So this base will survive. Like I say, that's probably necessary considering the fact that Bjorn is mining the gold base currently in the bottom left. Of course, the gold base is not a shared base, so if Bjorn mines that now and then eventually takes his own map, his own base on this top right side of the map, then he will have had a resource advantage in the game, and that is problematic for Percival to play through. That is an issue, for sure. So, could be more a biggie problem here, like I say, as time goes on. Have the tanks getting picked away at for a few moments. We do have Percival trying to push back through the center. Like I say, he's not putting any pressure into the bottom left, though, which I don't really love, I guess. Marines, Vikings, tanks are going to press up, get in position for a few moments here. Bjorn is on a big surge. He's actually starting to make Vikings, by the way. So Bjorn's trying to fight air control up himself, gets Marines underneath. There's a lot of tanks to that left-hand side, but they're stacked and they die. What else is going to die here? Okay, there's actually still a lot more tanks left than I realized. I think that's rid of a good amount of them. Is it enough overall? The money is gone from Bjorn, so I don't think it is going to be enough. Because now he's going to lose his tanks. Now he's going to lose control. Those Vikings putting the work in, the medevac still being picked up. It's going to be a big deal there. Get this all shut down. This stage, I'm trying to look at a way that Bjorn maybe brings this back. Obviously, he is going to bounce back up at supply, but it feels like a lot of this control is disappearing. He mined out the bottom left. He is going to mine top right. Resources lost at this stage has swung in favor of Percival, which it kind of needed to. A, because of the bottom left, and B, because obviously that last fight should have just meant it swung in that direction for sure. Marine just going to fire for a moment or so. A couple of shots coming about. The Marines are going to step over. Again, tanks is going to be there fighting against a few more of these Marines as well. A bit more damage coming back in this direction right now. Auto turrets down. These Marines, man, that's so long against the auto turret when you look at it like that. The auto turret took forever to kill a couple of Marines that were just very narrowly actually getting rid of that tank. Ben will hold back for a few moments. He will let the numbers build. Going to be a big deal for him if he can make it work. Needs to be maxed out probably. It's just kind of what his style does. Problem is Bjorn has to step back here and play defensively. It gets kind of awkward, right? Because you're not really set to be the defensive player, so now you're going to give Percival all the edges in this game as he pushes forwards and breaks you. Looks going down. The Viking count is there. Anti-armor missiles constantly on this army. Bjorn will be fighting with horribly upgraded Marines when you consider the anti-armor, if he takes a fight at all. Bjorn regathers a few Ravens back to the right side. 32 minutes deep here in this semi-final. Vikings and Ravens pull back through. A couple more tanks going to siege up again. Tank's going to move across. Matrix on those 2 tanks as well. We're going to start stimming forward here. It's going to jump toward these siege tanks in the next few moments. We're actually going to get a bunch of them. And again, Bjorn finds a way through the tank line of Percival, takes a supply lead for the moment. Vikings overhead getting shot at by the missile turret. Sensor tower also. Tank on the top will fall here as well. What do we do next? Couple more Ravens. Extra Marines coming in. This army of Bjorn looking to come through from the right-hand side. Again, remember, Bjorn is mining that upper right base, and he had that a lot later than Percival did. What I do wonder is, as Bjorn starts trading badly, maybe Bjorn actually runs out of minerals before Percival does, because a lot of that resource loss for Percival is gas-based, whereas Bjorn's been throwing purely minerals at Percival for a large part of this game. 63,500 minerals lost for Bjorn and 51,000 lost from Percival. So it's a 13k mineral loss difference. Now, yeah, Bjorn mined the gold base extra. That doesn't account for 13k if I'm not mistaken. So Bjorn is going to have a mineral issue late in this game. It's also kind of... This tab is just ridiculous, obviously, in a long game. 823 Marines, 50 siege tanks on both sides. Funny, Bjorn has lost as many siege tanks as Percival. Obviously, Percival's lost 42 Ravens as well. Vikings are going to land. Bjorn, he wants to disengage from that. He's getting swept at the moment. He's being pushed away, and I don't think he's going to be able to find much of a fight back against it. This push forward from Percival is seeing success. The Matrix coming down for now. Continue to shove that back for a couple more seconds. Planetary still sitting tightly. He's going to run across. A couple of Ravens going to be nearby. Just going to have our mules dropping on down. Matrix on those medevacs. The Marines are going to overwhelm from Bjorn again. But again, there's only so much you can do as the main force of Percival pushes through the center. And this absolute slog of a TVT, I think, is closing in on a finishing point. Funny that Bjorn is building Ravens now, probably because he realizes he's running low on minerals and had a lot of gas left in comparison. And as such, he needed to start making these Ravens. Otherwise, he wasn't going to be able to utilize all of the resources in his side of the map. Bjorn may defend the top right, but I feel like it's to no avail as his main production lines are going to be sieged soon. He's going to try and push forward with these Ravens and do what he can with these Marines, but I think there's just enough tanks. The auto turrets, extra Marines showing up from Percival. Going to 100 supply down on his opponent. And we'll have to give up this opening game of the best of 5 final. Not easily done at all, to be very honest, and playing with you guys. GG's. Percival takes the opening map, and this TVT finally comes to a close for game 1. Ooh, scorcher of a game. Scorcher of a game to start us off. Alright, game 2 coming up. That was just game 1? Yeah, game 1. We got a best of 5 of this, guys. We have got a best of 5 of this. Very fun game because I think the way that Bjorn plays makes it very fun, right? I think Bjorn playing this like very aggressive, like I'm going to build a lot of Marines, it makes it very fun to watch. We're going to play Rainfall for map 2. Now, this is a map with a lot less bases than at Eternity's Edge, for example, so this should play very differently no matter what. Let's see what is going to happen as we get game number 2 ready to go in just a few moments. Thank you for watching today. If you're enjoying, do the following. Like and subscribe on the YouTube, follow on the Twitch, and all of the usual things. Use your Prime subs, etc. Helps with that massively. I really appreciate it if you do, as we head into the top left-hand corner with the red Terran player. This is going to be Bjorn, who is down a map in the best of 5 to Percival, our blue Terran in the bottom left. Sorry, bottom right for this one. Well, an SCV begins to move from Percival to Scout. Reaper's going to be on the way, coming around for a few moments. We have the CC building. There's going to be no CC from Björn. Obviously, hard turn from the CC first we saw in the previous game. And so we have another 30-minute TVT. Yes. We're having a lot of long games in this current meta. I think that's one of the best parts of this lately is we're having long games, although I feel like we're seeing a lack of variety in the length of games because so many more games just seem to be long instead of anything else. Fight, commencing like a drop attack down, Reaper in the top goes down as well. Gets over, SCV gets killed. Actually gonna get a grenade off there. SCV just gets into the command center. 4 SCVs lost from Percival and a Reaper, where Björn only loses 2 SCVs, so better start from Björn, but remember, Björn also is later to the expansion, so he should be looking to perform better. Now he loses the Reaper, trying to get the high ground. It's going to be there. Hellion gets turned back for a moment. Hellion going to shoot. He's going to see the SCP, the Mule Boat taking some damage. We are going to be seeing this Reaper and Hellion together. They'll try and push their way back along. CV building through. Again, Banshee and the Cyclone. Cloaking coming up. Just going to see the Siege Tank and the Raven coming through as well. Continue to get that on the go for the moment. Obviously, TVT can be a bit slow-paced at the very start as well until people start pushing. We'll see if any pushes start being made here shortly. That will finish momentarily, so again, bring that about, get that on the go. But Cyclone, Hellion all producing through. Banshee Tank, Cloaking on the way up. The Raven and the Matrix going to be on its way as well. We just continue to bring in what we can for the moment. Last game felt like a missed micro for everyone the whole time. Last fight, sorry. Yeah, I mean, sometimes TVT's like that as well, though. Like, you try and micro, but the way your opponent micros makes your micro look bad, and it's like, oh, interesting. There's only so much you can do about that sometimes. Well, Banshees are going to gather up together here just for a moment or so. We get settled in. Take a few moments to get this all settled still.
Units pushing over. Percival going to try and get some work done just initially here. And as we settle this down. This set. Double Banshee shows up though, and it's going to do some absolute work for a few moments. So, yeah, Banshee putting some work in, no doubt. That's minus 12 SCVs for Percival. Now even more pressure for him over on this side of the map to find something to make it happen, it would seem. This Banshee's still going huge, just minus 22 SCVs. That is the kind of damage you do not easily recover from at all, unfortunately. It's going to have the Marines, the tanks continue to gather up. Resetting for a few moments. Just going to be seeing the tanks and the Ravens coming back around. The other units going down at the right side as well. Marines, tanks going up. Vikings, Ravens going to be right there. Coming on through. Gonna get a little bit of a catch coming around this side. It's gonna have the tanks gonna come and get auto turreted. I mean, basically just looking to play cleanup on this right now. So over we go. Trying to see some success with this for the moment. As Bjorn having a bit of a tougher time cleaning this up than it seemed. I mean, he's still having to deal with a couple of units toward the very end of it, which is not exactly ideal, all things considered. But it might have been a little easier for him at the end of it all. Or it's actually turned out to be. Vikings is going to get after this orbital command. It's the fourth base building from Bjorn, by the way. So, I mean, Percival will keep the momentum up at least for the moment here. Bringing that about. Minus 8 SCVs. Bjorn is still going to clean it up, though, in the end. We get that done. Push that back a little. Just the RCC settling in on the bottom side. Also just going to reset for a few moments. It's tank, the Marines, the Ravens gathering up. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield. Continue to build through as well just currently. Have our Marines push coming in. Bjorn looking to make this game number 2 much faster than the first. Has been a little bit of an effort, but he's going to get here now. The Ravens going down. The SCVs will have to pull in. He actually does have one Raven kept alive. It's just not going to be enough for Percival to justify it, though. Percival made a good go of staying in the game, but not good enough. And that is going to be GG's. We got 1-1 in this final best of 5. Alrighty. Kick this off in a second. This ready to go. Thank you so much for the donation. Razor TL, how you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the £8. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for supporting. My name is Zombie Grub's 119-month resub as well. Oh my goodness. I also missed Hermes on a gifted sub. Sorry, everybody. Gifted sub from Hermes going out to High Order Detonation. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you for the resubs. And so we are staying just above 500. If you want to help us out with that, it does go a long way. It helps us to keep on casting StarCraft, running our own events as well. WardiTV tournaments are currently going to be just Monday Cup for the next couple of weeks, but we will be having the Summer Championship coming up soon after. Just the next couple of weeks, I'm kind of not here a couple of weekends, so it's going to be a bit shaky. And it's the Pig Fest on and stuff, so yeah, it'll be a bit of a funky one. Thank you again for the donations. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the resubs. Let's get into Game 3 of this TVT. Game 3 of this best of 5. Get this started up, get this ready to go. Full gases, barracks coming through. As you can see, SCVs coming up. Percival and Bjorn going to be mirroring each other this time around on the opener, which is the first time in this series that has happened. About that SCV coming through, taking a couple of moments. SCV coming about, Reaper is on its way. And again, having ourselves a little bit of build-up happening for a little while here, get that all settled. Reaper on both sides of the map, again, factory coming through. Reaper's on the way up. Bring that into play at the moment. So far so good. Looking reasonable right here. And it gets there for an SCV. Good start from Percival. Now there is the Reaper of Bjorn across the map, but it's not going to do anything. Actually get a second SCV kill. And Bjorn. Okay, so Bjorn actually did get 2 SCVs himself, so I guess he killed one on this side and then one on the other, so the Reaper did get something done on the other side. I suppose it slowed the command center that was building by a little bit. I think that's the SCV that died. Cool. Is ISSL a rebranding of GSL or separate? So I'm a bit confused in this as well. I believe this is in partnership with SOOP. I believe this is part of where the GSL CK kind of... Like, I believe this month or two, instead of GSL CK, there will be this ISSL league, basically. So, I believe it's just a case of this is kind of GSL related, but, like, it's different. We are asked to promote the GSL Patreon if you upload it to YouTube and stuff, basically, so... Yeah. Yeah, Reapers and Hellions going to dive in. A couple of those Reapers already going down. It's a good deal from Bjorn. Just a super solid defense. He's going to push that back. Absolutely no problem. Again, a couple of Marines. That Raven coming up as we speak. Let's just bring that straight online right now. These units of Bjorn going to get right into this natural. Cyclone going to get a lock on for a few moments as well. I'll put some damage in here. Cyclone locking on. The Hellion taking some damage. The Reaper again pushed back as well. Ship gets locked onto once again, so that Reaper falls. Just going to see the Raven coming up. Finishing already from Bjorn. So he's a little bit ahead on that first Raven of the game. That's not too much of a big deal though. Let's see what else continues very soon. It's so cool, Percival and Bjorn decided to reverse race each other like herO and SHIN. Ah, you guys are funny. Gotta have a couple giggles from the Twitch chat a day, don't we? Everything coming about. Interference Matrix is producing. Those 2 SCVs just right off the start. Just gonna get that beginning initially. Hellion and Cyclone's going to push on forward then. That Cyclone going to get a lock on to turn it back the other way. Again, Matrix coming up, the Raven and a couple of Marines are going through. That tank will siege. We're going to start putting some damage onto the Tech Lab just to start us off here. The Tech Lab getting beat upon for a little bit, just initially. Right now. Diving in, Matrix is not available just yet. Cyclone still locked onto the Ravens. Going to be able to get rid of one. The Marines and the Cyclones chasing through for extras. The siege tank will go down. Marines trying to fight. Cyclone coming back the other way. Just going to get a lock on for a moment. Cyclone is still coming over for a little bit. Against coming around, just going to be seeing a CC coming up, SCVs. It's going to be triple CC on both sides, but it is going to be on position from Percival. He believes himself a little bit more than Bjorn's ability to hold out at the moment. Marines coming about, tanks going to fire, a couple other tanks coming over as well. Just going to be seeing those Ravens overhead. I mean, good push from Percival, but is it going to last? Just going to be seeing the tanks firing back a little further. We continue to trade. The land from Bjorn on the Viking to play cleanup. That one tank is not able to save itself, but the other tank showing up does pick off the Viking. Now we get a couple more shots. Messy engagement. Bjorn down in supply, but I don't think Percival can necessarily push forward, considering this is very simply put, a couple of tanks and nothing else. I don't think there's really much more we can do there at all, so I think this is probably going to be one that comes to a close. But now at least, going to be able to... Okay, yeah, still repositioned, so if the Vikings here to get the vision and to get a little bit of an edge on that fight, able to do okay for himself. So actually going to see some success there. Not so bad as 1-1 upgrades, stim, going through. We have now units are going to keep pushing from Percival, so we're going to keep on this aggression at the moment, pushing on through. Bjorn down 2 tanks, no air control compared to Percival. It's going to be a very difficult hold as he tries to set up on this third base. It's going to be extremely tough. Are landed, tank going to be there, the SCVs going to keep dropping. 10, 12 workers going down, just going to see all those SCVs continue to fall. I mean, this is just rough for Bjorn. He's pretty much over. Viking can go land on that tank, it's going to unsiege. Okay, but then you can push further in. Slow death for Bjorn. But, because he might not die right now, he's obviously not in a pretty spot. This orbital needs to turn into the main base so it can get repairs, because those Vikings are not going to go easy on it. Or the turret trying to help out. The tank actually, a bit of trouble, actually landed the Vikings to help deal with the fact that we had the tank get in range there for a few moments. Doesn't turn out to be too bad in the end, I guess. This orbital is going to be able to survive, but it doesn't really matter if everything else is going down along with it, which it does seem to be happening, does seem to be the case. I think we've got ourselves a resolution on this one, as Bjorn is going to be down and Percival's going to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5. Just needs to hold out here while these tanks get it done on their own, and they're going to need a little bit of extra help. The Viking is surviving, and Bjorn's obviously going to try his absolute hardest to just live here for as long as possible. It's just not really going to change much, unfortunately. Minus 12 SCVs for Bjorn again, just very difficult position to ever really fight back out from now. And should just be kind of GG. I mean, you're 20 supply down, most of it's in workers. You actually evened out the army a bit. You did lose the 3rd. Percival already has a 4th in position, a 5th building on location. I mean, again, read the room a little bit. Like, this one is As good as over as it can be, I think. Just gonna see the few Marines in the tank gonna come back down. They will position once again. But let's try instead of to do something else. Just gonna stem in, the tank goes down, the Marines get caught. Percival just gonna keep the pressure. But I thought this, I mean, it should be, I guess soon Percival will explode in supply. He's already on his way to 2-2, +1 vehicle weapons. These are things Bjorn can't afford just yet. Well, Bjorn actually has a lot of gas, but he's gonna be struggle to afford the minerals. And if he does afford the minerals, that's where the supply gap's gonna open. Because A, Percival is mining more, and then B, Percival has, you know, nothing but army left to build. Everything else is already invested into. So the supply gap will open, and at some point here, I'm sure Percival will be able to do a lot of work with this. And 2-2 still coming up on both sides. Gonna see that vehicle weapon upgrade coming up as well. Continue to bring that into play momentarily. Those Marines load back in the medevac. The Liberators will build. Siege tank is on its way. This army of Bjorn heading over to the far right. Marines going to stem up. That siege tank is now going to go down. Just going to get killed. The rest of these Marines getting picked off. I mean, just nice that Percival can lift up and go in the main and threaten elsewhere. His main army could probably be moving out during this as well, I imagine. I would imagine he probably has a chance to move out if he wants to. Drop in again with the rest of those Marines. Still getting hit. Medevac's overhead. Put the work in. I mean, Percival just ready to come across with more. Like I say, I think he's very able to. He's a 5-base Terran soon, as he has the 5th building on the right-hand side. He's got other CCs coming up as well. I mean, again, you can name it. Percival's probably got it going in his favor right now, realistically. Realistically. Marines pop out. Again, a couple of libs will continue to come through as well. Just continue to bring that over. Just gonna stem it up. The Marines are gonna dive. And Marines, do we have anything in position? We've got a Liberator annoying. It's gonna pull a bunch of stuff out of the way. Gun was far out on the maps. He's gonna lose 9 SCVs. And again, Percival will just lift up and figure out if there's anywhere else he can drop to for some further annoyance on Bjorn's game right now. Just into the main, just going to again drag this out a little bit. But the main thing is that you're keeping Bjorn busy. It's hard for Bjorn to really, you know, relocate over to other bases if you're already being pressured on 3 base. And drops over here, finds some preemptively mining SCVs. It's another minus 21 workers for Bjorn. And again, just sits in a world of trouble here at this current point in time. Absolute world of trouble. .3 is still continuing in for a few moments then. So just get that into position as well for now. Marines are going to step across. They will take a couple moments to start to come straight over. And we have got Bjorn once more trying to be out on the map and being aggressive here. So he's going to try and again make something happen in this overall situation. Bjorn's going to knock down a set of rocks. Just going to be able to handle this. He's going to stem up. Bjorn is going to push forward. In we go. I mean, he's honestly taking better fights than expected. I mean, real talk, I feel like Percival should be in a more convincing position than we're actually in, to be honest. I guess is my first real opinion of this scenario. That is the first real opinion, is just continue to move through. Just going to be having these Marines still trying to fight. A couple extra libs sieged up. Now you see the supply difference kicking in a little at this current point in time. Tank firing back. Those Marines still taking some big damage, big hits for the moment. Let's regather here again. CC coming up, that all coming through. We're just going to see a bunch of units coming across the side. Marines and medevacs will join up with us as we continue to get this all settled into place. Marine tank force from Percival setting up again. Can't really believe that this is such a long game. It felt like such a solid start from Percival. I didn't even think this was going to begin to be a contest. Didn't think Bjorn was going to put up a fight at all. I thought there was just going to be so many ways in which Bjorn was behind that. So it's going to be something of a done deal almost already, but obviously that's why you don't call games too soon, I guess. I mean, it's not like Bjorn is in a great spot. He's just not dead. Is the reality of the position. Like I say, it's definitely not a great spot. He's just still alive. as great as that sounds, I guess, if that sounds great at all even, I mean, it's not exactly a glowing review of where this game is at for the man. Yeah, it's a pretty tough one, as you see. These Marines are going to clash again. Going to get a jump forward. And then the tanks come into play. And the moment the tanks are in play, and the fact you've got the Ravens and just everything, again, starts to look in Percival's favor. As it should. Each and every one of these fights should look in Percival's favor. Bjorn is again kind of playing against the low attack army, trying to stay alive. And he's very good at it. We saw it in the first game of this series. He's very good at it. It's something that not everyone does. And so it's not something you practice against a lot as Percival, playing against like the super low attack force, because no one in their right mind would keep putting themselves in this position again and again. So you don't see it a lot. In this case, Bjorn's just far behind, so it's not really going to matter. But like I say, he's able to maybe keep himself in it for longer than originally expected. Marines are going to overrun. Bjorn is once again going to push it back. We get out with the medevacs, we get out with the Ravens, so we still get away with a fairly reasonable amount of units here. For the moment, at least. Marines, medevacs is going to come back over. Take a couple seconds, stepping in that direction, of course. Gathering this all up. CC's going to float over. The Marines are going to unload. Medevac is dropping out right now. A couple starports. The Vikings, the tank, and the Ravens coming through. Plus one ship weapon is about to finish. Plus 3 vehicle weapons is going to be done soon as well as the Marines step over to the sides. And jump onto that sensor tower. Ravens, Marines, the tanks, and the Vikings coming over. The Marines are going to get there. The tank goes down already. Other units going to be coming across. Tanks will be sieging. Raven's going to drop down a couple of matrices. Anti-armor missile onto a bunch of Marines and the medevacs. With the matrices down, there should be a breakable spot, right? The Marines are badly upgraded because of the anti-armor. The tanks are matrix, so they're not doing as much as you want them to. Once the resources lost, like, it's incredibly even, man. What are we watching? Should I stop believing in Bjorn? Like, I always want to believe in Bjorn, but like this was just so bad. Like I was never going to, but like here we are in a game that I don't think should really be still going on in a lot of ways. And you have Marines and tanks joining up together once again. Big stem through. Marines coming on either side. Tanks and Vikings going to get cleaned out as once again Bjorn finds a fight forward. He's going to be very low on supply coming out of this, and a lot of these Marines are low, clumping together for a tank to get some big work done. Best of all, even target firing there, I believe, to make as much of that as possible. Marines going to unload over to the sides. Couple of seconds. It's going to have the Marines going to fight back. Marines coming back the other way again. This Ravens are going to come through, and this tank is already going to be taking some damage. A few shots coming through. A few hits coming around. we're maxed on both sides again here, believe it or not, my friends. So we have still got quite the fight still settling in right now. He's going to run through. A couple of turrets are coming about. Just going to be seeing, once again, Percival looking to overrun. He keeps winning these fights. Resource loss is actually starting to tilt in his favor. Bjorn comes back from the middle of the map with a lot of other units, and Percival, a lot of his tanks at the top. Look how aggressively placed some of these sense towers off of Percival, as he just wants all of the information that he can get wherever possible right now. I'm still trying to find whatever defense more he thinks he might get for himself. Just coming back over, these Marines still trying to fight for a couple of moments. Anti missile's gonna strike. Is actually looking to do pretty okay here. The shots coming up. As do you have the Marines gonna continue to gather up, and we are gonna be pushing in. Marines on both sides of this at the moment, engaging through. And Percival is finally gonna get the victory he's been looking for this entire time. GG's. And we go. Gonna have ourselves a 2-1 lead for Percival. This just felt it was over at minute 6, and Bjorn again puts up a fantastic fight for himself not to die. But again, hard to really believe that Bjorn was ever going to truly turn it around, because even when Bjorn wasn't dying, he wasn't really winning at any point, you know? Like, survival and actually turning games around is a pretty big difference. Let's just relog SC2, guys, because apparently we've got music bug probably coming up soon if it didn't already start, so we'll just take a few moments on that. This restarted and we can get ready to go. Get this ready to begin. All right, I'm gonna rejoin the party and get our 4th map ready to go, guys. Yeah, in the first weekly iNu SOOP Star League. Awesome. All right, give us a few moments, guys. We'll kick this off. I'm just waiting for this to resume. Get this hosted, get this started, and we'll go. Countdown is going to be on in a second. Going to be going to Sanctuary. All right, let's get this started, my friends. Getting game. All right, let's do this as we start off and get this ready to party. It's going to be in the bottom left-hand side, the red Terran player with a 2-1 lead. It is going to be Percival looking to take us all the way here. Up against Bjorn in the top right, who we're hoping has an answer to some of that Percival aggression to take us through to a game 5. very exciting. See what happens very, very soon. Few moments here then, guys. Game number 4 of the series. We get this one up and running. Can Percival close it out and win a weekly? Percival just kept attacking. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think Percival is playing the very safe method of approach overall. I think he's playing a very safe setup here in the grand scheme of things, to be honest. There's just not really anything wrong with, really, you know. Yo, Andy, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs going out to Rorak, Balino IM, UCLA 69er, Zweta M, and Vlatko. Thank you so much for the generosity of 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Some love in the chat, please, for some generosity on the stream. Much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the channel, the stream, StarCraft casting, all the goodness. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do, 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 bum, bum, bum. Marine, gonna fight another Marine for a few moments there, so put some damage out, put that into play. Go back and forth as these units trade for a couple seconds, so again, trying to see what we can get, see if anything exciting takes place. Again, that factory coming up on both sides. The command center is coming through from Percival. Very fast 3CC from Percival this game. So he's going to play on the defensive from the start rather than being the aggressor. Okay, I'm going to come around at SCVs. If you're only going to have some success here early. Definitely a reasonable start at the moment, as we just have grenade going down. Now 2 Reapers here from Percival. Going to play the cleanup on Bjorn's Reaper. Reapers is going to gather about. Yo, Lambo with the raid, hello, and thank you so much. And Andy, thank you so much for another 5 gifted subs as well. Going out to IT2N, P-Phrase, Stinkfist 87, Huro Kerper, and Stream for Bees. Thank you so much. Welcome everyone from the Lambo stream. We watched some TVT. It's the final game of the day, or final 2 games of the day, if Bjorn wins this one to tie us up and to take us to a game 5 of this final. So yeah, last map or 2. You see Cyclone going to get there. We play a bit of cleanup. We've been watching a very long-winded TVT where there's been a lot. Well, the first game was like 35 minutes. It's actually a very exciting game. Game 2, Bjorn going a bit more comfortably. Game 3, Percival had a stupid good lead early and just took a little while to play it out and to take it down. So that's what we've been at so far. He's going back over, Raven gathering up, seeing the stim pack coming through from Percival. of engineering bays off over that right-hand side. Thanks for being the atlas of the SET community. Thanks so much for supporting me. Appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate the appreciate the generosity of 10 gifted subs, 5 back-to-back. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just having the, again, upgrades coming through. That stim pack coming online for a few moments. Medevac from Percival looking for an angle. Gonna scan, sees where the Ravens are. There's an absolute opening into this main base. Gonna load on the side. Can't really do much with the tank, right? Because the Ravens are here. What was his triple turret though, and then can just play further back. Now gets a Matrix out of it. The tank is gonna have to be abandoned though. In the cycle, the Marines continue to hit this orbital, taking damage still. It's going to be pushed back a little further. Ravens, Marines just gathering on the front, hanging there for a moment or two. Marines and tanks is going to hit those rocks, put some damage out immediately. You can see the rocks being knocked down. Percival holding map control just for the moment. Interference Matrix. It's a lot more Marines here from Bjorn. Percival is not a good spot. The Liberators are not going to help you in this scenario at all. He's going to get overrun. He's been playing the tech game. And surprise, surprise, Bjorn is playing the Bio Marine game, and he's just going to overrun there. Not enough. You needed these tanks to be sieged and not Matrix as well. Yeah, and that's going to be brutal. Like I said, the Liberators don't even get a chance to do anything in that scenario either. Yeah, the Marines is going to be there. Couple more shots. And back around again. The Libs gather up. The few Marines going to be there. Libs pulled back over to the right. 2-2. In production from Percival. It's a bit behind the 2-2 of Bjorn, who is looking to have the lead right now and to capitalize on this. We're going to stim it in. It's not good for Percival. He's going to lose a lot of his tanks. Extra Marines from Bjorn actually necessary. I thought the tank on the left side was going to die a little sooner. I'm still going to break down the defense on the right, but this is actually not as good a trade as I thought it was. Bjorn actually losing out big time, and now Lib's going to siege up on top of this. Oh, the Libs get a bit too greedy. I think they might have done. And he does kill both the tanks. Wow, okay. Just again, chaotic TVT where everyone is trading here, there, and freaking everywhere at the moment. 2-2 upgrades will be done soon from Bjorn. Marines and Medevac still coming about. The factory is starting. The SCVs coming over. Medevac will boost a bunch of Marines back out and around. We just have that command center coming up as well. And again, the 2-2 upgrades plus 1 vehicle weapons. All of that building into place right now. Marines is going to get after the depot. And take what we can get. Percival back in the supply lead. This drop just Medevac separated away, unfortunately, for a moment. Marines get over trying to unload in the corner. He's actually going to lose the medevac, so Bjorn with a good denial on that drop through and through. Did not let that go anywhere. Medivac still coming through. He's going to see that tank getting caught. Marine's going to start chase to the top. A couple more of them going down. Percival coming back over again. Just trying to push in. Tank shot onto the Marine's going to be nicely done. About. He's going to see the sense down the right side. Going to get caught. Medevac's trying to evacuate, but the second medevac that lifted units got picked off at the back there as well. So 2 medevacs down. Bjorn again on a good defense. Doing medevacs like it's nobody's business so far. Three coming up. I'm just going to be having a couple starports. The barracks all coming over. It's going to be having the medevacs come back through SCVs, get a little move across. And he's actually going to get a drop onto these upgrades. Bye-bye, +3 and +3. So Bjorn's going to maintain an upgrade lead for a while. He actually, okay, he doesn't get rid of the +3 armor. Okay, now he does. Gets it before he has to get out of there. Can we at least clean this up as Percival somewhat quickly so we can just be done with this drop? Gonna get into the main base. Percival is losing a good amount and has a bunch of money to spend as well. Also got his upgrades refunded, which is a good one, good chunk of money back in the bank account. Bjorn trying to push forward. There's a defense from Percival on the right side. This defense just coming in so late. Bjorn super aggressive pushing in. Has to force the CC out of the way. The tank number is very good here from Percival though, and that is going to go a long way to making sure that this is a defense. More tank shots coming through again for the moment. Marines, tanks, the refineries in the CC continue to come about here. Continue to bring that up. Against him in, we get rid of a couple medevacs immediately and a few Marines as well. Bjorn continue to dominate here, there, and everywhere right now. Percival, can he turn this one around? He's actually gone out of some tough situations today. What I don't love is obviously the engineering base being gone. They are back, but he's not started the upgrades yet. All of this time without 3-3, every fight is going to be heavily against you. You have to rely so much on the siege tank lines, which means that Bjorn is able to kind of pick and choose his fights, and you've just got to sit there and really hope that your defense is going to be enough. Marines up in the front. Marines and tank going to try and fight back there. A couple of missile turrets and a sense tower coming down as Percival tries to own the middle. He does not see the drop into the main base, and it's 5 medevacs worth of units. That one missile turret will not do much. As we are going to dive on in, the Horder turret does nothing. And this is bad because you've got to deal with this somehow. And I mean, the tanks try and siege. We're going to kill one very quickly as Bjorn. Second will not do much. The other tanks probably don't even want to siege, seeing what happened to the first couple. But what are we going to do if we don't do anything here? I mean, this is going to be brutal if we don't do anything at all. This is going to get worse and worse for you, no doubt. Let's pull back over. The couple of Vikings and the Libs and the Ravens trying to come back through as well. We fire a few more shots off. A couple of tanks coming in. The tanks are going to fire nicely. These Marines and tanks breaking in from Bjorn. Just too much being found here, there, and everywhere, I feel like. Marines pull back once again. There's a few more shots going through. There's a couple tanks maybe getting cleaned up. Bjorn in position on this left-hand side. He's going to make a stim to finish off the command center. Oh, he's actually going to try and right-click on the planetary. I thought he was going to just finish the flying CC. He's going to lose a lot of Marines in this process. The extra SCV's got the wraparound. Now Liberator shows up. We're going to have to step back in, but do we have enough Marines? We do not. Lib lives. Percival is able to turn this wave away. albeit having lost so much in the process. He's down 27 workers. Bjorn has taken his 5th command center. Well, Percival is actually setting up on 5 bases too. He's just going to do it with a lot less workers, a lot fewer workers. Eberwurstchen, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you for priming us up and using your Prime on the channel and the StarCraft. Much appreciated. Setting an example for everyone who has a Prime to use. Thank you so much. Tank in the front is going to go down. So that tank drops already. The Marines are still pushing through. Other tanks trying to get siege. Not having a good time at all. Order turrets coming up. Trying to play a bit of defense. The Marines work around the high ground. Refinery is going to drop. A couple SCVs going down as well. These tanks on the right-hand side now are going to put some work in too to get rid of even more of these Marines. Those Vikings getting underneath. Bjorn just going to have enough. We're going to go the distance to all 5 games. We're going to go on all 5 games. Love it. All right. We will see the full 5-map series in this final. Bjorn able to get the damage going to make it work for him on this one. And to get this through to some success as we have ourselves Blackrock as a final map. Fun map for the TVT Blackrock. A lot of these maps in this map are actually just big, sizable, have a lot of bases you can take. I mean, they make for very good TVT maps, right? Diving into a 5th and final map, my friends. Let's go into a final battle. In the bottom left-hand corner is going to be the red Terran player. This is going to be Percival. Up against the blue Terran. In the top right, it is Bjorn. Final map. Finals of the day. This event will happen on, I was going to say most Fridays, but I believe it's not on next Friday because Pigfest is on already. So I believe this event happens today, and then it takes like 2 weeks off, and then it'll be back on Fridays from there on out, just to let you guys know. So that will be a happen. Fridays, daytime StarCraft action is covered, fear not. Just gonna have our Orbital and Reaper coming about from both players here. 1 gas from both. Coming about, Rax is going to move over. The factory is building from Percival. As we just get that all settled in, just initially. Not a lot happening for the first couple moments. Right, coming across, there are going to be some reacted Hellions from Bjorn. Take a little bit of a different approach to this. I haven't seen the reacted Hellions yet this series, but it allows you to put some pressure on the map without being reliant on kind of producing Reapers. We have one Reaper up. He's going to go Tech Lab and a Starport already. See what that potentially gives us as well. Obviously, it is very mineral intensive to build so many Hellions. They don't scale super well later, but like I say, you can generally take some map control from this. Having a high Hellion count should make it pretty reasonable. Reaper should get dealt with. Reaper pulls across, handles it. Good scout from Percival though, sees the Hellion count already, so he knows that Hellions are coming out in good numbers here. Actually see Percival with a tank and a medevac, so he typically in this scenario would want to like to get across the map. Marines tank going to be here. Defensively speaking, it's going to be pretty good for you. I mean, it's nice to get rid of some Marines, though, because that's going to take away the power of this if it does end up pushing. It's going to have SEC starting on that third base. This medevac coming across as well for a few moments. Into the main we go. Looking to get a drop-off tank, and a few Marines will unload. A couple of SCVs going to get chased already. Just going to see those getting dropped down. Cyclone locks onto the medevac. The medevac just about pulling out of here. And turn some attention onto the tech lab. Building the matrix. Marines unload again, and just going to have ourselves a little grab on that. Again, the Marines coming through. Cyclone trying to step up. Just going to be seeing the order turret coming down as well. Cleaned it up pretty comfortably from Bjorn. I mean, kind of saw it coming when he saw the tank early, I guess. It's pretty nice. Resource loss is good for him. Lost a little bit of mine time. Percival's up 7 workers, though, which is pretty bonkers. Did that Cyclone miss the command center on location? He did. That is a real shame, because delaying that when you have more of a push coming over as well is, you know, it has potential, right? As we're looking for an auto turret here, but Bjorn loses the first Raven, loses the second Raven. Oh, no. Well, at least he finished the third CC, as he's going to kill all 3 Ravens. Oh my goodness, Percival. Now going into Ravens of his own is going to take a massive Raven lead. That's ridiculous. These Ravens were chasing to try and find an auto turret far enough back that it was going to be meaningful, and he just ends up... I mean, he lost the first one. I didn't think he was going to lose the other 2 as well, but... Yikes. He's still coming up, just gonna have that Raven in the Matrix continue to come by. Stimpack will build. There's a couple of tanks, siege, Ravens, Viking gathering about. Tank's going to be here. There's Reaper gets turned around. These tanks will siege. Just have ourselves the setup from here. Obviously, Percival minus a couple of tanks at this point. Obviously, getting rid of the Ravens. In a way, I wonder if Percival has powered Bjorn up. Percival's like, hey Bjorn, you want to play with cheap units and just not bother with spellcasters? And Bjorn's like, okay, I was choosing to do this in the long games anyway, you know? Okay then. Maybe it's a power up for Bjorn. He does have a good Viking count here. Gets the tank siege in a decent spot, but the Ravens flank on the side of Percival, and that's just a beautiful cleanup as Bjorn trying to get aggressive, does not see success. The Vikings fighting back here, just going to see a couple more of them going down. Percival going to kill Aldo. Nice micro to save a couple. That's massive. Percival's double army supply going across the map here. Currently has a Ravens, although they don't have a lot of energy. They should probably pull back and not fly in unarmed. It's just a rest of a Raven. A little bit of an edge lost here as we are going to just try and aggressively shove through. Aim for that siege tank. We'll lose one, but get one in return. The next tank, you see it as well, so you know it's there. We're just going to land the Viking on it. What are we going to do? We're going to be able to push another tank in position. Your tank is a bit far back. It's not going to fully protect this third. We're going to lift the orbital immediately as Björn. He is building a CC on location on the fourth, but not mining from the third right now is going to be pretty painful. He's going to have a faster 1-1. I'm just wondering what he can maybe do. He doesn't have combat shield either. Uh-oh. Okay, he does remember to start it. I was literally about to say, I hope he doesn't forget to start it, because that would be disastrous. Fighting without combat shield over an extended period is obviously going to be terrible. So the faster we kind of sort this out, the better off we're going to be. Few more hits coming around. Just going to be seen as dropping in the main base. Percival looking to just end it right here and now, and he is going to find himself a very good position. Now, Björn does have the upgrades for a moment or two, but we cancelled the incoming base on that top side as well. Marine tanks join together once again. Percival up 30 army supply currently. Going to start working on some rocks. Actually drops a stim to kill off these rocks ASAP. The Raven is super low. We do not get the Raven, but we do, as Björn, get the Viking. Then now the Viking goes down, so this Raven is then safer again. Continue through. Has a Matrix available if you want to just dive these two tanks. Matrix one, dive on the other. I get the feeling that's what we're going for here. There's no combat shield, remember, so it's absolutely fine to kind of push in and fight Marine on Marine. The Marine fight is very good for you without that combat shield. SCVs are pulling into this as Percival's momentum continues. He needs to get away from that tank maybe a little bit. Good split back. Gonna get the other tank showing up here. The SCVs will be massacred. And Percival is gonna win the first ever into the StarCraft, into the clan. StarCraft, no. Oh, well, I murdered the end of this series. God damn it. Into the clan SOOP StarCraft 2 League. Oh my god, that's a hell of a mouthful. The problem is saying ISSL is not exactly less of a mouthful either, so don't win either way. GG's, 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 guys. Appreciate you all. Hope you've had a wonderful day. And shout out to everyone for joining us and being with us. Yeah, shout out to SOOP for allowing us to stream. We had to stream on SOOP to make this happen. I think we maxed out at 7 viewers, so yeah, it was a day, but yeah, I'll be wrapping up, guys, and I will see you guys again for more StarCraft 2. Not tomorrow. I'm actually going to take the day off tomorrow, but I'll be back on Sunday, because on Sunday we're casting... Oh yeah, Sunday is a fun day. Sunday we're casting the OSC King of the Hill into the Zero Space Creator event in the evening, so it's actually going to be a really fun one. And yeah, I appreciate you guys. So I'll see you guys on Sunday for StarCraft into Zero Space, which should be a whole bunch of fun. Should be a long stream. But so yeah, I'll have a bit of StarCraft into Zero Space. Awesome. Alright guys, I appreciate you all. I hope you all have a great rest of the day. I'll run some ads on the outro. I'll host up a 24/7 stream. I believe Big Brain Bouts should be on now. Big Brain Bouts is starting soon, so I recommend you guys check out the Big Brain Bouts. But I will be hosting my 24/7 stream, because that's just what we do nowadays, unfortunately. So yeah, appreciate you guys. Have a good one, and I'll see you guys on Sunday for more StarCraft and Zero Space.